Business meeting to order on March 12, 2015. If I could have the roll call, please. I'm Superintendent Ritz, and I thank you for attending today's meeting. Go ahead.
Mr. Albert,
Present.
Mr. Elsner, Dr. Freitas,
Present.
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Ms. Neal,
Present.
Mrs. O'Brien,
Present.
Dr. Oliver, Mr. Walker,
Present.
Mr. Watts,
Present.
Mrs. Wicker,
Present.
Superintendent Ritz.
Present. If you would all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have 3 sets of minutes approval of the agenda. I've had some requests to move some things up on the agenda to accommodate schedules of some guest speakers today. So we have assessment update later on, but we're going to have 2 parts of the assessment update early, and I'll do that right after the consent agenda. So the director from DOA is here to do a brief presentation on the RFP process, and then we have the governor's ISTEP consultant, Bill Audie, I believe, is present to answer any questions regarding their final report. And we have a guest speaker from Marzano to actually address the Broad Ripple Magnet and John Marshall Community Schools update, and we'll have those things first without any concern from the board. And then we've also had a request to move Arlington up on the action agenda underneath B and Madonna. And that way we'll have all of the IPS pieces together. Any other changes to, excuse me, David just alerted me that he would like to request that under the consent agenda that we only approve the Perkins State Plan budget today, which has to be done before March 31st, and save the attrition and persistent rate report and the state-approved industry certifications to the April 1st meeting. Any objections to doing that? Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Oh, sorry, Brad. I'll try and remember to make sure I wait for you. We have 3 sets of minutes to approve. The January 7th minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion, changes? Hearing none, those in favor of approving the minutes of January 7th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The minutes are approved. February 4 minutes, do I have a motion to approve? Second?
Second.
Any changes to the minutes? All those in favor of approving the minutes of February 4th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The minutes are approved. And then we have the February special meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any changes? Those in favor of approval of the minutes of February special meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The minutes are approved. Under the statement of the chair, I do want to publicly state that I'm very excited that the graduation rate is up to 89.8%, but I'm much more excited actually about the non-waiver graduation rate of 2013-14. Went from 81.7 to 83.4, and it's been a long time since we moved the needle on that little piece right there. So I'm very excited of all the hard work that we have going on. I also want to say that the CTE concentrators, those who actually take a concentration of courses in career tech pathways, their graduation rate is 95%. I think we're about, in the state of Indiana, trying to have pathways for all kids and making the relevance of high school, and so that's kind of exciting news for us. I also wanted to let you know that the Department of Education the U.S. Department of Education is going to be requiring the Department of Education to have educator equity plans, and that really means that we will be submitting a plan to ensure that we have effective and highly effective teachers in our lower performing schools, not to have a disproportionate amount of teachers in low performing schools that are effective and highly effective as compared to others. So we'll be working on that plan and moving forward, and I just wanted to let you know we're going to be working with the Great Lakes Comprehensive Center and the Center on Great Teachers and Leaders. They are assisting us with that work, and we're looking at our data that we collect already regarding that information. So I just wanted to put that on your radar. Board member comments or reports? Yes, Sarah.
Just a quick comment. This week, the Indiana Department of Administration announced successful vendor bids for the upcoming standardized assessments. There have been obvious concerns regarding the scope and the cost of these components, and I'm confident that this board will take a close look at all elements to ensure that future assessments will not result in excessive testing time for our students or increased tax dollars spent to meet state and federal education requirements. It is my hope and expectation that all contract negotiations will adhere to Education Roundtable requirements and will consider board recommendations, which I am requesting to place on the agenda at our upcoming April meeting. As we ponder the formation of these recommendations, I would like us to investigate ways that we can ensure that the new vendor's ISTEP assessment will be cost effective. And I would appreciate the opportunity to hear from board staff on ways that we can effectively manage this component.
Thank you. David?
I would echo what Sarah had to say regarding the cost of it. What is in the law on the cost is the maximum that can be spent. And so that number's been bantied about. And I want to make it clear that that's the maximum. The number hopefully will come in much lower. The other huge issue that we've seen is the number of hours for our learners to take the examination. And it's totally out of sync with what it should be. So in this next testing cycle, we need to ensure that the testing time is lowered dramatically. I would ask and I would request that our staff come back to us at the next board meeting in April with a set of recommendations addressing those two issues as well as other issues that might be related to the new test that we're going to implement in the future. I think we need to look at some of those details and set up some guardrails in which we need to focus the testing, not only on cost, hours, but there may be some other things. So I would look for a set of recommendations coming back, Bob, from our staff that would enable us to review those and set some parameters for the new test.
Andrea?
Indiana is spending an obscene amount of time and money on federally mandated standardized tests. We've heard that message loudly and clearly over the past couple of months from parents and educators who are tired of teaching to the test. Looking at the scope and size of the winning assessment bids announced yesterday, it is clear that we are poised to spend more time and money on teaching to the test. I would urge the state to refrain from pursuing and executing any contracts for a new ISTEP until the legislative session has adjourned and we know the outcome of Senate Bill 566. This is the bill that would replace the ISTEP with an off-the-shelf test, such as the Iowa assessments. It would be quicker, easier, and much less expensive for the state, and I think it's a very good idea.
Thank you, Andrea. Carrie?
And you mentioned we will have representatives from the DOA here to ask questions. Okay, then I'll hold off and make my comments and ask questions.
Okay. All right. Oh, Tony?
I'll just make a comment. I sort of made these comments at the special meeting, but I think we should be really careful that we do not water down this test to the point that is not really giving us the information that we need. Part of the idea behind more rigorous standards was to make sure we're getting a good understanding of the critical thinking skills that children in Indiana are developing. And just by nature, that is going to require that this test have more open-ended questions. It's going to require that it's longer, and we should really just accept that. Quite frankly, it's probably not only the new norm nationally, it's the new norm to a certain extent internationally. I mean, kids are going to have critical analysis skills, and outside of the classroom, I don't know how you do that in an assessment test other than having a test that has a significant amount of open-ended questions where you can really see how they're thinking. So I know we spend a lot of time talking about length and teacher time. Maybe we need to make the school year longer if that's the case. But we definitely need to keep some type of objective assessment outside of the classroom, outside of the school, to make sure we're developing critical thinkers in Indiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. All right, we have guest speakers here. The first guest speaker is the director of the DOA, Jessica Robertson. Are you here? There you are, Jessica. And you received, I think you have a brief PowerPoint, correct?
I do.
Okay.
I do. And I apologize, I don't have handouts, but this will certainly be shared with you electronically and then posted on the DOA website and maybe other sites shortly after this meeting. Thank you, Superintendent Ritz, for allowing me to speak, and thank you, board members, for your time as well. I will attempt to be brief, but yet provide you an overview of the RFP process that is used throughout state government, all of the executive branch agencies and some quasis as well, and also give you some details on specifically what happened in this RFP. So we'll go through, at the end of the day, you'll have a good understanding of the timeline, the different components that were evaluated, and the different the different considerations that we score that are part of our standard process. And then really, at the end of the day, where do we go from here? What are the next steps? So to give you perspective, the DOA was acting on behalf of the Department of Education, State Board of Education, and the Indiana Education Roundtable when we issued our RFP in August 27 of 2014. The RFP was comprised of 14 different components, and respondents were allowed to bid on one component, some components, or all of the components. They could really structure their response in a way that gave them the most competitive advantage. The ability for the vendors to give us, have some flexibility on how the vendors bid allowed us to get competitive pricing, but also really allows, at the end of the day, that transparency into what each of these components cost and the ability for the state, for DOE, for the state board to itemize and prioritize how they want to move forward. The evaluation components were outlined in the RFP, and these are pretty standard, so we look for adherence to requirements. This is simply a pass-fail exercise. We review the quality, the technical evaluation of the proposals, the cost scores, and then there's other factors such as Indiana economic impact by Indiana, minority and women business participation, as well as veteran participation. And those are all normal, I guess you could say, those are standard with the other RFPs that we issue almost every day. And we're advertised in the RFP as well. The next slide gives you a good timeline, a good snapshot, if you will, of everything that's transpired from that August 27 date. I will let you know that there was a lot of competition, a lot of vendor interest in this RFP. We ended up doing 2 rounds of question and answer sessions. There were hundreds of questions submitted and responded to, so it was a very in-depth, complex process. Proposals were submitted at the end of October, were handed over to the Department of Education on October 31st. And there were multiple parties and groups that either advised, so gave thoughts on their the merits of the proposals that they were reviewing, and then state employees actually scored, and we'll go into that in a few slides later. Actually, it's this next slide. So when you see management assessment quality, MAQ, that's really the technical score. So how well did this vendor meet the requirements, and what is their approach in line with what we want to see? In this particular RFP, we had an evaluation advisory committee, knowing that there's multiple stakeholders that have interest and have great expertise that we wanted to tap into, but may not be state employees specifically. We had to wait for them to review the proposals, give us their thoughts, and really, at the end of the day, get their voices heard. Those thoughts were then shared with the evaluation team, who actually scored the proposals. The evaluation advisory committee, I will just emphasize, were selected by DOE and CECI at the time. So it was there was a partnership, I guess you could say, on crafting those teams. And the evaluation team was the same way. Both entities worked together to identify specifically who would score the proposals. The evaluation team scores were based on a review of all of the respondents' business plans, their technical plans, and then any clarifications that we conducted. So at the end of the day, any information they presented to us or any information we gathered through the process were certainly reflected in the scores that the scoring committee assigned. This next slide gives you a good indication of who was shortlisted, what we call shortlisted. So we do that technical score. We also assign a cost score for all of the proposals, and that allows us to really create what you call a shortlisting. So in some instances, some vendors who may not have been within a competitive range when it came to how their scores yielded, when you added the technical and cost, they did not move any further for consideration. We're very, I guess I could say as a broad statement, DOA, this is an area we don't want to limit competition inadvertently, so we certainly try to err on being more inclusive, and you'll see there was certainly competition for all of the components beyond that shortlisting round. Once the shortlisted vendors were selected, though, we conducted oral presentations and best and final offers, BAFOs. Once the oral presentations were conducted, all of the evaluators were given a chance to revise their score based on the information that was learned during those presentations. And then the Department of Administration conducted a BAFO round, best and final offer. To give you some perspective, the BAFO was a pretty broad ask to the vendor community to really say, you know, we know you think you gave us a competitive price, but can you go back and sharpen your pencil a little bit more? And really from that, we yielded in total for all of the components, there was about a 3% decrease, which is 1.7 million. And specifically for the I-STEP component, or there was a 1.3% decrease, sorry. For the I-STEP component, there was a 3% decrease, which really equated from a 39.3 starting point for that component to a 38.1. Once the BAFO was conducted and the cost scores were updated, DOA then scored those other factors: economic impact by Indiana, minority and women and veteran business participation. This gives you it's the snapshot from the RFP that outlines the scoring criteria. So this was advertised in that August version of the RFP and really highlights that the quality component, the MAQ component, 40 points were dedicated to that, 35 for cost, for a total of 75 points that were really factored in when you talk through that, you know, really who was shortlisted and before the preference, other factors were applied. This table recommends or captures by component who was the recommended vendor that was announced yesterday. Knowing this, this is kind of like doing multiple RFPs in one large RFP, which isn't unusual, but this might have been a difficult way to present the information, but we thought the most concise, at least, to give you kind of a good snapshot. So then to really capture next steps, vendors, DOA has a two-level process to deal with any protests or issues that a vendor might feel needs to be reviewed. There is an initial protest phase, and at this point, the protests are due 7 calendar days after the RFP was awarded, so that was yesterday. So we're looking at March 18th for protests to be submitted. And then from there, the state will DOA will do a review and issue a response. Vendors are then, if they don't agree with that or still feel that they're aggrieved, could appeal that protest decision. And again, me specifically and my general counsel will look at that appeal and make a decision from there. At that point, once we formally have acknowledged and responded to their appeal, they are able to move forward with any action they deem necessary. That's just standard for any RFP that we conduct. So there might be a lot of questions. Certainly here to answer anything about the process, any actions that were taken. And I know that was a lot of information to digest, so thank you for bearing with me.
First of all, from the department standpoint, I want to thank you so much for guiding and making sure this process was intact. So I want to just thank you personally.
Thank you.
Carrie?
Do you happen to have, so that when I'm referencing it, other people could see it, like the final overall evaluation score, for example, for the ISTEP? Do you have a slide of that?
I do not have the slide, simply because there were so many components.
I'm sure, and I appreciate all the work, and I'm sure there, could be hundreds of slides if you had them all. I guess my concern is when I look at the final overall evaluation score and I look at the quality score, one of the things that I notice right away is that when we're looking at the ISTEP, for example, Pearson, who has been awarded the contract, was 3rd out of 4 in quality. And when we're talking about, the group of advisors met and they looked at it and they felt the quality was this, and then they went to the evaluation team and the evaluation team. And so when I'm looking at quality and I'm thinking Indiana kids deserve the best quality we can get, I mean, I want our kids to have the best test we can possibly have, and this isn't. And then I look at the cost score, and again, 3 out of 4. And so then I think the taxpayers deserve the best quality they can get. They deserve the best bang for their buck. And so I look at this and I think the kids are getting cheated and the taxpayers are getting cheated, and I feel cheated. And so I just think that that's just unfortunate that we're looking at all of this work and all of this effort and all this energy, and right now we're in the middle of testing and all of these things, and I'm thinking, if we're gonna go to all this trouble, I want the best bang for my buck and I want what's best for my kids. And we're not getting either one. And
Sure.
I'm not thrilled about that.
So 2 thoughts. One, it's just good to know that the pricing you see today, to me, that's a preliminary price still. I think a lot of negotiations still need to happen, and probably a conversation on both sides needs to take place. And there's potential for that cost to decrease. We see that frequently, not increase. I will also say, so for the folks in the room, this is certainly public information. It's just I have it right in front of me. There were 4 vendors. The highest technical score was 33.6. The lowest technical score was 25.16, with Pearson landing right in that 27.34 range. McGraw Hill was 29.44. So from kind of a lay person looking into this, not influencing the scores or really having much knowledge of the content, other than everyone knows about the ISTEP, there's not much difference when you look at.
And I
some of the
understand
points.
in terms of that, there might not be much difference, but as an evaluator, there was a big difference in terms of even a point or 2. And so to me, an 8-point difference is a big difference. And if the quality doesn't count, and we're going to look at the other factors, we're not going to look at quality, then we should have started at the back end, and we shouldn't have even looked at quality. We just should have said, what other factors count? Let's just look at those and we'll assign it based on that. I feel like if we're going to look at quality, we ought to look at quality.
But
Because
we weren't
again,
looking.
I just feel like we're going to take this much time, we're going to have, validity studies and reliability studies and everything else. If we're going to spend that kind of time and money on it, I want quality. And I don't want our kids in Indiana to ever get cheated of something because they deserve the best. I mean, I'm prejudiced.
Sure, me too. I would say though that we advertised early on that we're going to consider multiple factors, and quality is one of those, as well as cost, and those were the main point drivers. So at the end of the day, this is what the process yielded. There's a lot of opinions that were certainly aggregated into that technical score, and a lot of perspectives that were reflected. So at the end of the day, our actions mirrored what we advertised we would do.
Oh, Sarah, sorry.
2 questions, and first I'd like to echo the superintendent's appreciation for your office, and I know that it was a lengthy and complicated process, and we do appreciate your guidance there. 2 different questions. The first one, there seemed to be a lot of surprise as the contracts were announced yesterday in terms of the amount of total funding that we were looking at. At what point did we realize we were looking at a number around $133 million for total assessment cost? When was that truly understood?
So the cost proposals were submitted when proposals were submitted, which was back in October.
Okay.
And then the BAFA round that I referenced really took place, I guess you could say, probably in the last 6 to 8 weeks, so backwards 6 to 8 weeks. The 134, just to explain it in a way that I understand it, and if I misspeak, feel free to correct me, that is a reflection of moving forward with funding every component that we looked for. We today don't have contracts for every component. So to really compare, our current cost in that sense versus the components that you're seeing that were awarded yesterday, that's not really apples to oranges. And I would also say that the board has and the department have some decisions to make as far as prioritizing the funding.
Okay. And my other question, kind of following up on the conversation between you and Carrie before, and it might be more of a question for Cynthia actually, but how do we, as we move forward, how do we ensure that the new I-STEP be cost effective? How do we make sure that we are getting the most bang for our buck as we move forward? And is it possible to have Cynthia come up also just to kind of flesh out, especially as we're looking towards April and figuring out how we're going to support this? I think it would be helpful to have that information as well.
Do we have any more? Yeah. So I want to be respectful of Jessica's time and get all the questions to her perhaps first. So Brad, did you have a question?
I do, thank you, Superintendent. Can you guys hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize, my voice is a little hoarse. I just wanted to ask a question with regard to next steps. At what point will actual negotiations on an agreement for the test commence? I'm hopeful that will not happen until the board has a chance to authorize. And as Dr. Freitas mentioned earlier, we had a chance to hear back perhaps next month from staff how we can identify, based on input we've had from the roundtable already, the board, and additional conversations we had about the scope. At what point will that actually move forward into an actual negotiation for new tests?
Did you get that, Jessica?
Is the question, when will it be in the board's court to move it forward? Is that the question? When will the protest and appeal process be exhausted?
Yeah, I'm asking specifically, I'm hopeful that the process of actually negotiating a new contract for new tests will not start until the board actually authorizes it. Can you clarify at what point that process starts?
Sure. So clarify specifically when the negotiations could start. And yes, that I can certainly clarify that. Thank you for that extra information. From our perspective, we would recommend, DOA would recommend that you hold off on contract negotiations until we get through that protest and appeal process. And I only say that because there is a lot of moving parts. These contracts are very large, very visible, and I think giving us the time to just make sure everything was clean and to give you perspective, when I say everything is clean, we're gonna look at, was a vendor mistreated? Was there an error in the math scoring? Was there any sort of bias? And so, these are kind of, that's our approach when we're looking at these RFP protests and appeals. So that will, by the time we're able to respond, that will just make sure that it will uphold the contract award, or we have had some situations where we've changed vendors. I'm not saying that will happen here. I'm not suggesting that by any means. I'm just saying that the award is still contingent, getting us, the state, getting through that protest and appeal process.
So Jessica, I want to clarify a question, I guess, because you asked a question, when did we know the cost? So the cost was really known to us when you released the actual bid, because you dealt with the cost at the DOA, correct?
We
The
did.
evaluators, we didn't have cost information.
We scored the cost. That's a normal process, but the proposals in their entirety were handed over to the department, and that's our normal process as well. I do think that the folks who administered the RFP in the department's perspective, which we would also recommend, did not give the evaluators the
Right.
cost proposals
Right,
so
I
that they
don't
were not
remember
influenced by
getting
cost. They were able to focus on the technical. But we did share those.
Okay. Andrea?
I have a couple questions. Since there is pending legislation that could scuttle this whole process, would there be some sense in just suspending the contract negotiations until after the legislative session?
That's for you to decide, you as a board.
So a follow-up to that. So how long are these bids, I guess? How long can they be in effect until we have to act on them?
There's no timeline in particular. There's no set
Okay.
timeline from when we move forward. Obviously, if it's, a year from now, it might be a little extreme, but
Right, but a month?
I would say that, the vendors, I want to speak for them, but what we've seen in other similar procurements, vendors they understand the dynamics that they're working with and are flexible.
Yeah, follow-up, Andrea?
It just seems to me that, well, I guess I have a question first. Is the RFP process identical for an educational assessment as it would be, say, for building a new prison? Or are there differences in scoring requirements?
Well, a little different because that's a construction project. The RFP process, the skeleton is the same that other state agencies follow when they're looking to contract for professional services. And I will add, as a point of clarification, the process we went through as far as having the advisor teams, the scoring team members, we really mirrored that from the ISTEP RFP that was conducted 5-6 years ago.
And I don't want to conclude this without it being a accurate conclusion, but do the economics and the technical requirements of this process tend to favor the largest multinational conglomerates, those with the most business already?
I would say no, in the sense that every RFP is different, and every evaluation has different people. So we see outcomes that favor small businesses. We see outcomes that favor, not as well known, not as nationally recognized companies as well.
Okay, and then are all of the proposals at some point made public?
They're public as of yesterday.
They're public, thank you.
David?
Thanks for your service. I appreciate the long process you went through on our behalf. I want to drill down a little on the cost, since my colleagues asked some quality questions, and you mentioned there's two components, quality and cost. And you mentioned, I think, $133 million or $134 million over 2 years. And then you talked about disaggregated activities components related to that. Is that correct? And so
Correct.
that of the 133, there are many items that add up to 133, correct? And in one of those, I understand there's separate reading scores that are required. And that's not something the Education Roundtable approved, the board hasn't approved. And so I'm concerned that there's things within that array of disaggregated activities that is on the list that no one really has approved. I see you nodding yes, just for the record.
Well, I'm not agreeing.
Okay.
I'm understanding your
You're
question.
understanding, okay. So I guess the 133 is the maximum. If all those components are accepted, then it'll be 133. But if they're not, it could be 100 million, or it could be pretty close to what we're currently doing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if we pull the reading component out, and once we see all the other activities, I'm thinking we might be equivalent to what we're currently doing. That's a conclusion, so here's my question. At what point does the board get to look at all of those other activities that make up the total and either approve or disapprove that array of assessment activities that Pearson will do?
Sure. To me, that sounds like something potentially your April meeting, but prior to that meeting. I mean, that's really for you to decide as an entity when you want to see that information. It is certainly available now. And maybe for my clarification, gosh,
And I can have Michelle Walker speak to that point. So we have
Okay.
Cynthia and Michelle who can speak to two different pieces here.
I guess my point is process, not learning more about it today. We're the policymakers, so,
Yeah.
I don't need to hear an hour's worth of what it all means, other than to see a listing. But my question is, So I refer this back to staff to make recommendations at our next meeting, Bob. Is that the intent for you to go through all these activities, come back and say, these are ones that were approved by the Ed Roundtable and us, and give us a listing of those that were approved, those that were not, and then come up with a total of what this potentially could cost over 2 years?
I understand that's what you requested, yes.
Okay. So the information's available, so there's no need to ask for information from anyone else. It's public information. And how does that impact, how does that impact the state of Indiana and your organization if we decide to start deleting some of these things that we feel are not needed?
Sure.
Is that something that you facilitate the process once we go through that policy approval process?
Sure. I mean, we can. We certainly could do that. But, you know, by the nature of your structure being so public, I assume the vendors will learn firsthand from themselves what your decisions and recommendations are. I will say that we, you know, none of the vendors, there's no commitment to move forward. There's no commitment that a contract will come to fruition. That is normal. When we award an RFP, we have some pretty broad authority to, at the end of the day, either revoke that award or change our mind if you lose funding, and there's a lot of issues and variables that can happen. And you've got a lot of moving pieces as well that need to be ironed out.
I appreciate that, because this is a really complicated process and really a critical one. We spent a lot of time adopting standards, our Indiana standards, and the assessment component must be aligned with those standards. And from my perspective, I feel the assessment that we create and adopt is probably more important than the adoption of those standards. And so that's why I think we need to spend a little time at the April meeting going point by point from a quality perspective, but also a fiscal perspective, so that we're fair to Indiana taxpayers.
Other questions? Thank you
I just have a
Gordon?
couple questions. It looks like, and I just had it pulled up here. I want to see if I can find it. So to talk about Carrie's question earlier, I think it's just important for those in the room and who maybe are watching at home to understand some of the requirements that are contained in state procurement. In just looking at the, you know, the question you raised, Carrie, about Pearson, it looks like Pearson was third in the MAQ. They were third in cost. But they scored very highly on Indiana economic impact and by Indiana. In fact, they received full 10 points on both together, those combined. And maybe it would be helpful because really that was a primary factor, I would say, in their scoring, where data recognition received essentially 0 points in both those categories. I don't know how someone gets .01, by the way. I'd really like to know, but if you could just, I think it would be helpful for the board and the public to understand what those categories mean and the fact that they are contained in state law and your hands are essentially tied by those requirements.
Yes, thank you. Happy to answer that and appreciate the opportunity to delve further. So what we call Indiana Economic Impact, we refer to it as IEI. It's really a measurement of the number of Hoosier FTEs that will be employed from this contract. 5 points are allocated to that category. That's something that has been in our procurement scoring model for some years now to really emphasize the fact that we want Hoosiers to work on our contracts. The veteran, minority, and women participation, those are opportunities for Indiana veterans, Indiana minorities, and Indiana women-owned companies to partner with whoever the prime respondent is. So in a lot of cases, these are smaller businesses potentially that are going to do a specific service that was identified in their proposal. And there's 5 points available for each of those categories. So 5 for veterans, 5 for minority and women. And then there's the Buy Indiana score, and that's really a measurement of, there's 5 different definitions of how a company could be a Buy Indiana company. Principal place of business, majority of employees are here. There's, oh gosh, I'm blanking on the third, but there's also a measurement of their economic activity in the state. So whether they're on a top 500 list for taxes that they've paid within the state, or they've made some really significant investments in Indiana that we recognize, that could also qualify a company for the Buy Indiana points as well. And those are not new. And those are important to the state. It has been determined that those are important, and those have been elements of our procurement process for many, many years, decades probably, a decade that I can think of at least. And those were advertised in the RFP. So that August version that was out there certainly had those components and the points associated with those components advertised as well. Thank you.
And is Pearson, they're not based here, are they?
They are not. They met.
How did they get their Buy Indiana points?
Yeah, so they met a definition that, I think it was 5, that, which is payroll or tax payments. They do have a presence, a testing facility where they have a number of staff. They were able to demonstrate that within the process.
I guess my overall point is I think these are laudable goals to contain in state procurements. I think sometimes the challenge is that they are very technical. So sometimes companies have a hard time fitting into a specific category that has been established by legislation, and sometimes that can have a negative effect, even though effectively they may be the same as the other company in terms of their Indiana impact, or maybe their headquarters just doesn't happen to be in the state of Indiana, but should they be awarded the contract, they would have this net positive impact on the state. I think sometimes there's challenges in the scoring because Jessica and her agency's hands are a little bit tied by legislation, and that can actually have an impact on a sizable contract such as this. And I'm not criticizing it at all. I'm just making the point that I think speaks to your question in how can a company who does not happen to be number 1 in scoring, number 1 or number 2, or in essentially the qualifications that have been scored by the Department of Administration, how that can happen. And I think it's important for not only the board to understand that and the public to understand it, but the legislature to understand it, because they're the ones who have essentially written this into the scoring.
Andrea?
Follow up on that. It seems to me there's something wrong with the definition of Indiana impact if the company that has the greatest Indiana impact is actually a large multinational conglomerate based in Britain. That seems to me that it undermines the whole point of the requirement in the first place. Would a company, say, with a very large test scoring operation probably get points for that because of the number of employees that are working and paying taxes in Indiana? Would that be one of the factors?
It could be. There's certain thresholds that have to be met if there's an investment that's been made in Indiana. So this is mostly a capital investment made. There's a dollar threshold. And then the definition of the taxes and the payroll, there are also thresholds that a company has to meet for that as well. So
Yes.
potentially, depending on how they fell into that mix.
So again, I think what we're ending up with is it's that law of unintended consequences at work. Something designed to favor Hoosiers and Hoosier business ends up favoring a huge multinational company that has already got much of a monopoly over the market. And I think that we need to be really cognizant of that and maybe talk to the legislature about that definition.
And I think sometimes, I guess just to add on to that point, I think sometimes it can, while the best of intentions are there, sometimes the language of it trips us up a little bit, and we might not get the very best. And that might be a foreign firm that's delivering the best services, but their scoring is affected by the law essentially that governs these type of bids.
If I might just add 2
You
thoughts.
may,
So
Jessica.
I will just reiterate, 75 points were allocated out of 100, were allocated for the quality and the cost assessment. So while Gordon's certainly accurate, the majority of points were certainly within the kind of a controllable range as far as quality and cost. I will also just echo that the preference scores, those other components they're not new to the RFP process. And we have to also be mindful of making sure that our procurements are structured in a way that don't unintentionally, or, I guess unintentionally limit competition. So I'm not suggesting the merits of what you said are not valid or shouldn't be pursued, but there's a balance within that public procurement process to make sure that, we're able to get competitive proposals from wherever we need it to come from.
Well, I just want to take this opportunity to echo the comments of our board members and thank you for your service, not only to the state, but I know that this was an enormous endeavor and took a lot of work, so thank you to you and your staff.
Thank you. I've got a great team, so I just have to go on record saying that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica.
Yes.
All right. Cynthia, I think you were asked to address a question.
Good morning. To restate, I believe you wanted to know if there would be ways to reduce cost on current ISTEP, or on the proposed ISTEP. A couple of things that occur to me would be, come from our expert review of reducing the time, which one of them was looking at what items we already own, because that item development is expensive. So what items in the bank would realign to our new standards? So that would be one place. Another place is, that occurs to me, is reading passages. If we have an overabundance of reading, actually the copyrights on reading passages is very expensive to the cost of the test. And if it happens to be a reading passage that has to be released, that's an even higher cost versus just one that gets reused for a few years and goes away. So, so researching whether or not we are doing too much reading, or if we've got too much reading in there, reducing the reading could save on cost. Another area that I think needs to be researched, I know it's possible to create a vertical scale from grade 8 to grade 10 without a grade 9 test. I know that's possible. We had looked at it many years ago when tests were only at grades 3, 6, 8, and 10. So I know it's possible. The question is whether or not there are issues with calculating growth. So I think that is something where we need to bring in some experts to talk about, can we still get a growth score? Because I know it's what we want, what we desire is a growth score from 3 through 10. Can we get that without a grade 9 test? Because grade 9 is not required by the feds. So that would save also on cost. And that just hits ISTEP. But there are other areas in the RFP that could be reduced that could save overall costs. For example, we've got a K-1-2 reading readiness assessment. We've got a K-1-2 math readiness. Those make sense to me. Why do we have a K-1-2 science and social studies? Those just don't make sense to me. Science and social studies at the other grades do, but K-1-2, that's, again, not an elementary teacher, but they just raise questions in my mind. Along the formative assessments, also, science and social studies, I understand needing a biology formative assessment. That makes sense to me, but why do we need a grade 9? Or what is grade 9 formative assessment in science? And what about a 9-10 formative assessments in social studies? I don't even know what they would cover, because at high school level, you take courses and it's not defined. At senior level, you have to take government and econ and such, but I don't know what you take 9 and 10, and not all students take social studies in high school in grades 9 and 10. So I don't even know what would be on that test. So that might be an area of cost
Cynthia,
savings.
we didn't have an RFP that had social studies at every grade level. Are
I
you talking about ISTEP?
thought it did. No, I'm talking about the formative.
Yeah,
I
formative
jumped over the
assessments
formative.
will be up for discussion because they're optional for people to use anyhow.
Well,
So,
I'm just addressing multiple ways that possibly could save us money. That's all. I'm
Oh.
just sort of getting things as they occur to me. Yes.
As you look at the RFP, what's being proposed, I understand you're going to try to reduce costs without compromising quality.
Right.
That's sort of the bottom line goal.
Right.
Two of the things that always come up when we talk about testing is validity and reliability. And I would
Absolutely.
ask our staff to closely monitor that we don't compromise in that area.
Absolutely.
We need to be able to guarantee the public, the school leaders, learners, students, that the test that we adopt is valid and is reliable. And that is really important, and I would ask for some assurance right at the tail end as we go forward with this. It's the critical component of what we're doing.
Agreed, and I believe that has to be looked at very carefully. We've got no reason to believe right now that there's any question that the test given this year is going to be valid and reliable, and as we move forward, we absolutely cannot compromise on that. The most reliable, valid assessment we can give at the shortest and cost-effective way to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. All right, so I think our next guest speaker is the Governor's I-STEP Consultants, Bill Otte, to answer any questions you may have regarding his final report. Thank you, Bill. Just so the public knows, we'll take we'll take general public comment after our guest speakers speak.
Thank you very much. My name's Bill Otte. Ed Raber was my partner in this study, and he has family commitments, or he'd be here also. We submitted a report a couple weeks ago in writing, and rather than go through it, I think the most efficient way would be to answer questions.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm available for.
Thank you for being here for questions. Does anyone have any questions regarding the final report? David?
Bill, what's your 3-minute summary of your report so the public can hear what you concluded, so they don't have to read it and sit through a 2-hour PowerPoint presentation? What's the bottom line?
The bottom line is that there are options. There are, testing time is a variable in terms, sort of one of the components, one of the limits in the design, and you've already come up with the key distinction or balance between test length and reliability. So the bottom line would be to instigate processes, bring in expertise to make sure you have all the options available to make the best compromise of those two goods.
Thank you. Tony?
To what extent are open-ended questions adding to the testing time?
In general, open-ended questions do add quite a bit of time. For example, with writing, there's a whole process of looking at the prompt. Generally, students have to do a draft, so there's quite a bit of time put into that, and the advantage of that being more authentic in terms of tasks that are closer to what instruction or daily life require. So that's why you do these more open-ended responses, because they are mirroring and reflective of what students have to do for the class and then to be college and career ready.
So the added testing time isn't solely reflective of additional questions, of more questions on the test?
No, well, there's always there's what you choose to cover, how much content, and then how you choose it, so that so I don't know if I can, I think that's pretty much it. That the open-ended questions have added value, and they are reflected in terms of putting more points into the total score. And it's appropriate to look and see whether the testing time they require is worth the added information you get from them. So that's an ongoing, should be an ongoing part of the review of any assessment program.
How is testing time, how is testing time estimated? Because some students are fast test takers. I was a fast test taker. Some students are naturally slower test takers. So how's the estimate determined?
It should be estimated based on some observations. So you look and see what that range is. Generally, these tests are not intended to be tests of speed. So you want to set a timeline. One rule of thumb might be somewhere between 80% or 90% of the students will finish it in that time, and then you make accommodations allowing extra time for students who need it. So that's the rule of thumb, to try and find the time, estimate the time that most students will finish, and then give students who need more that time on their own.
So are the testing times that we're projecting based upon what 90% plus of the students would need to take the test?
I
or
don't
higher?
know I don't know the practice that was done in this case.
And just one last question. I know you all do this nationally, that's my understanding. How does Indiana compare to other jurisdictions you worked in terms of the different subject areas that we're covering on our test?
The roughly comparable in terms, I mean, obviously the Common Core curriculum has been controversial and Indiana is not adopting it. However, there are, this is not my area, so I'm saying there wasn't anything that stood out as being off or different. I would say one thing that is somewhat unusual is to do writing assessment at every grade level. Many states have writing at only elementary, middle, and high school. It's not a required component of NCLB, so that's one way that states handle that, is to assess writing for their own purposes, but not include it in the every grade testing for NCLB adequate yearly progress. Another difference is that in all your grades have the same length test. Most of the states I'm familiar with have shorter tests for the younger students. So there's essentially shifting that balance between reliability and test time a little bit more towards reducing test time for younger children.
Thank you.
Andrea?
What percentage of standards is typically covered by standardized assessments such as these?
That is very state specific. It is certainly well, the first step is what has been done here. You have all your standards, and then you have a document or a decision about what part is tested. The U.S. Department of Education will look to make sure that there is a sufficient coverage, but it is not a firm rule in terms of what percentage has to be done. Stepping back, the general idea is that assessment, including both local and the statewide assessment, should cover all of the standards, that you want to get feedback to teachers for their program planning and for students and how they're doing across the whole range of the content standards.
So can I get that statistic? What percentage of Indiana academic standards were covered in the current year's ISTEP?
Michelle, do you know that? Michelle can answer 3 questions that I've heard. One is, how is testing time determined? The second is, where is it decided, or who decides about the open-ended questions being part of our assessment? And then the percentage of standards that we're actually assessing on. Is that what you wanted to know? Okay. Any more questions for Bill? David?
Thanks. Hi, Bill. In educational reform, we're trying to move pedagogy in classrooms to more higher order thinking skills other than the memorization, regurgitation, education that I had in a public school. Thank goodness. And as we move to higher order thinking skills, that has implications for the assessments, obviously. What's your best advice to us on what we should look for in any new test that would reinforce that concept of higher order thinking skills for learners?
That's a very big question in the general, so I'm going to answer it in very specific in terms of a review. What I said earlier in terms of looking at what's the value of longer items or longer tests in terms of the information we get. So I would say, well, and the other bias or experience is that there are shorter multiple choice items can reflect the higher order thinking skills. So I guess one recommendation is not to, in a narrow way, link higher order skills to higher, longer item types. So for example, reading passages, that's a a key area in terms of how long it, because when we're estimating test item times, when you have a long reading passage, you have to read that and then answer the questions. The questions may not take much time, but the reading passage is there. So that is an area to look at. The other one is to balance what is in the statewide summative assessment for its purpose versus the purpose for formative classroom assessment. Are there ways in which to put assessments more locally to provide that rich information to a teacher and to a student right there? Is it worthwhile having that in the statewide assessment for summative purposes? I'm not being very directly responsive. It goes back to the general theme in my 3-minute is there are answers to these things. There is expertise and you can get it.
So as we become more sophisticated in what we'd like schools to do, that is to create higher order thinking skills in our students to be more productive in society. Because if we look at globally, what skills students will need is not the memorization, regurgitation, it's the problem solving, the higher order thinking skills. I hear you saying that as we look at a new assessment, that the questions can be tailored in such a way that are more sophisticated, but not necessarily more expensive, nor take more time for learners to complete. Is that an accurate statement?
They are, and I would say, I'd use the analogy of designing a house. There are constraints. There are things you want, things you don't want, and you have a budget. Although the idea is to set up processes for review of all the interested parties so that you have clear idea, and one of the key recommendations was an expanded comprehensive test specifications document. And that becomes not just a guide to the test constructors, but also a public document, so that you explain the test item. You mentioned cost has obviously been an issue today. You release all of the open response items. That's a very expensive procedure. Some states release none, some release a percentage, and what an expanded test specification document can do is present these longer items, present the items as samples and explain exactly what content, how did that item assess that standard. And that is perhaps more useful than an actual item itself, because then when you release an item that's been given, people have to make their own judgments about how that was scored or how it was used. So that would be a recommendation. Well, I guess I'm going beyond. But the recommendation is to use the test specifications document as a public reporting tool to have people understand the assessment.
So my last comment is, from what I heard you say today, we can have a new test that doesn't cost more, doesn't take more time for kids, and is more highly sophisticated. Is that correct?
It's somewhat of a holy grail, but yes, you can,
You're the expert, so I'm asking you.
Yeah, but I'm saying there are lots of options. I can't tell you without
Right.
lots more time what's perfect for Indiana.
Right, I
But there
understand. Reason why I'm going down this path, and it's taking a few minutes, is because sometimes I hear people talk about a new test costing more, being more time, and being less sophisticated and less useful, and not being valid and reliable. And so I just wanted to push you a little this morning to that conclusion. We can have a new test that costs maybe less, maybe about the same, and not take more time, and have it be more sophisticated with an emphasis on higher order thinking skills. That's sort of an ideal, and we'll never have an ideal system. No state has an ideal assessment, but I think we can move closer to that.
Absolutely. The key is the purposes. You want to be as efficient as possible for your purposes, not everything for everybody all the time, everywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Andrea?
It does cost quite a bit more, doesn't it, to score open-ended items and written responses?
Yes, essentially the time is put in, essentially the time is put in, 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 the time is put in at the end for that scoring, you have to train, because you want it to be reliable. You have to train the raters and track that they're staying true to the rubric, which is the guide for scoring. And yes, there is a lot of time in the scoring.
Thank you very much. Michelle, if you would come forward to answer the following questions that I've written down. Testing time determination, who decides about open-ended questions on our test, the percent of standards that are actually tested, the release of questions and where is that defined, and what is the current cost of CTB per year, and is the current vendor more expensive than what we're doing now?
I hit it all but the last one, so let me jot that down.
Okay.
So the first question was about the amount of time that students actually take to respond to an item. And certainly, Dr. Audie talked about this, but really looking at observation of students actually taking these types of items. And so that's something we looked at from across the country, students participating in, especially the new item types. How long does it take a student to answer multiple choices? A little bit different, a little bit less than for a student to respond, let's say, to a technology-enhanced item, for example. So we look at the number of items that we have of each item type and about how long we allow each student to answer those. For example, in Indiana, we allow about 1 minute per multiple choice item. And then we estimate a little bit higher to give additional time for students who might want to think about an item a little bit more, but we also have the accommodation for students with disabilities who actually would get even more time than that.
Can I ask a question on that point?
Sure.
So do you look at the rigor of the question or just the type of question?
Yes, so both. Looking at the content itself as well as the type of question. The second question, I believe, was the percent of standards that we actually assess. And I don't have the percent on the tip of my tongue, but I can tell you that we actually assess everything but listening and speaking, because one of the requirements is to assess the full range of a state standards on the state required assessment as part of NCLB. And so, again, I haven't added up how many standards we have to answer a percentage, but we do assess everything but listening and speaking.
So wait,
oh.
we assess 100% of Indiana academic standards?
So let me clarify by saying that with our new college and career ready standards, and we always had this before, but you might remember when we used to have standards and indicators. And we no longer have indicators. We have evidence pieces underneath each standard, but there might be only, let's say, 5 or 6 standards at a grade level now. So yes, we're assessing all of those except for listening and speaking.
But that
We're not
means
assessing
justice
every
law.
individual skill. I'm sorry?
But we have less standards than,
Right, we're not assessing every
The
skill
big
under the
standards.
standard. I just want to be clear on that, because I think that is maybe an easily
it's
misunderstood
the overall
question.
concept
Yeah.
standard, not the things underneath it.
Right, so if you think about it, we're actually assessing fewer standards than we used to. And those pieces underneath are all evidence pieces that are related to the standard, and we don't assess all of those.
Open-ended questions?
The next question was about open-ended, and you're probably very aware, since our legislature helped us with this recently, that part of our state law actually does require open-ended items, because we are wanting to get at the things Dr. Freitas was talking about, those higher-level thinking skills, and Mr. Walker was speaking about critical thinking and really looking at problem-solving, and all of those things can be assessed via multiple choice and technology-enhanced items, but really having students demonstrate in an open-ended way their thinking process, their knowledge, skills, and abilities is a critical piece in Indiana. So it is required by law. It's also required because our standards address those particular skills. And again, our requirement from the U.S. Department of Ed is to assess the full range of our standards. So that's where that comes from.
Release of questions?
I'm sorry?
Release of questions?
Release of questions is, again, part of our state law, is that we actually do release those items and make them available for teachers to use for instruction, for the general public to really know the kinds of questions that we're asking of students. Really, it's a transparency piece that was frankly established in 1995 when we went to open-ended items. And so it's a really good way to actually demonstrate to educators and parents and the public what the items look like. As Dr. Audie mentioned, it is an expensive practice. And it was something that we obviously needed to work with our legislature on in the last few weeks. And so I'm excited to say that we've accomplished that. with your help. And so I think, we do have to release them. We did get a chance to actually work on that differently right now.
But if we wanted to have a practice of
If we
doing
wanted to change
test
our
item
practice,
specifications, samples instead of release of items, that would take General Assembly change.
it would. We actually post our test blueprints on the web. We build test specifications with the educators that come to help us work on identifying the standards that should be on the assessment and the specifications. And you might remember I've talked before, you've slept since then, I'm sure, but about specifications and limits, that if we're actually assessing addition of fractions at a grade level, the teachers help us know, are we talking about only common denominators? Do we have unlike fractions and things like that? So those are the specifications that we use to actually build the test blueprint and identify the standards and the skills that we're looking at assessing in each grade level.
And do you have a comparison of the cost of our assessment now per year as opposed to the new vendor that's
So
gotten
our
more?
assessment cost now compared to the new one is a little bit like apples and oranges, which Commissioner Robertson was talking about briefly earlier before. And the reason I say that is because, as Cynthia mentioned, we have a 9th grade test that we're actually looking at, and also because this component number 1 includes 10th grade, which is separate currently in our ECAs. So it is considerably more. Can we actually reduce that? Obviously, that's something we do during negotiation time. But the additional grade levels are in there, the 9 and the 10 that were not part of the current I-STEP in 3 through 8.
But just in terms of cost only, do you know the
And I
estimate?
didn't bring that up here with me. I apologize. I didn't
The
have
cost
that
hasn't
as a-
been settled, right, on the new one? So
No, it
how can
hasn't,
you-
but I just wanted to know if it was more or less with our new vendor.
It's more because of 2 grade levels being added.
Okay,
Yes.
One quick question.
you may.
Did you say that the open-ended questions are required by statute?
Yes, it
Yes.
requires us to actually assess the writing and the problem-solving
Which
skills.
statute was that? Do you remember?
I don't remember off the top of my head, Ms. Neal, but we could
What
certainly.
session did that? What's,
Um,
anybody know?
I do not know. That's a great history question from a social studies person.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to know the
So-
Indiana Code site, if possible.
We can get that
Yes,
for you.
certainly, we can get that to you.
Most definitely.
And we can find out when it was established. That's an excellent question.
All right, thank you very
Okay.
much, Michelle. Oh,
Just a
Tony?
couple follow-ups. Is more time allotted to answer the open-ended question than the technology-enhanced and the multiple choice question?
Yes, I think if I were to actually put them, let's say, in 3 tiers of time, multiple choice, a straight multiple choice item is obviously the shortest amount of time for a student to respond. Technology enhanced would be next, followed by an open-ended item.
So how are we going to determine how many of the questions are open-ended or technology-enhanced or multiple choice?
And that, you're asking great questions this morning as a group, always, but I just wanted to point out that I'm actually able to talk about lots of things that are my passion, of course. But I think what's important is to really focus on the standards. What do our standards expect of students in terms of what they should know and be able to do? Then the items are developed to align to those standards as obviously required by U.S. Department of Ed, but also as best practice. We want to assess what teachers are teaching. And so teachers come and help us know how important is each standard. And then to the blueprint, what % should that be? And what item types are appropriate? And I'd be glad to actually share more detail about that with you if you're interested.
So who decides? The department decides, or?
The teachers, actually. The educators come and identify the standards that should be assessed.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Who decides how many of the questions are open-ended, technology-enhanced, or multiple choice?
And we design that from what teachers tell us, because part of our part of our test spec design is which item or item types could be used for the standard.
So the department decides? Okay.
We actually use the educator recommendations based on how they teach the standards in the classroom. So we take the number of, maybe I'm not answering your question, I
I'm just trying to figure out who has
apologize.
the authority to decide? Is the department ultimately responsible?
What we do actually is look at the educator recommendation for each standard, which item type. If they say only multiple choice, and our staff is there as advisors during this process, but we really want people who are working with students every day to say, in the classroom, how is this best assessed? There are occasions when the teacher group might say there's more than one appropriate item type. And that's where I think the professional expertise of the department comes into play. But specifically, we're really trying to align the assessment to classroom practice. So I hope I've answered that. I'm not sure I still have answered your question, sir.
So, all right, just to make sure I understand it, so
Okay.
basically, the teacher group makes the recommendation as to
Yes.
what question type is appropriate for which standard?
Right, and then to, again, further explain, then we have professional item writers create the items based on those specifications, and then we actually bring educators in to look at those items and to see, does this item really match the specification that we decided would be appropriate for the standard? And does it align? Is it grade level appropriate? Is it developmentally appropriate? So there's further review. So really establishing the type of item is the first step, and then really looking at the item once it's written. And it has to certainly pass muster with educators before we ever use it on a test. You're welcome.
All right.
I did want to make one other comment, if I might. There was a question about the cost of the proposals, just to kind of get back to Commissioner Robertson's presentation. That those were included in the binders when we received them. The very first thing we did was take all of those out. And me as a reviewer, I did not look at the cost at all. We didn't want the cost to impact anyone's evaluation of the quality of the products. And so certainly those are removed and those are shredded. And then I am not involved in the BAFO process, so really we didn't know how much people were sharpening their pencils in terms of their best and final offers, but just wanted to give you a little bit of feedback on that. Oh, I have an answer for you, Ms. Neal. 20, do you want to write it down?
Someone else sent it to me, too.
Oh, okay. You got it then, quicker than I can even gather it for you.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, did you have a question for
Comment.
for Michelle?
No, I don't. We've had a lot of folks in January and February particularly come up and talk about tests. We even had one educator said that these tests are causing him to lie to his students, that these are unimportant. And they would blame the test company for this and that. Really, there's educators that help develop these tests. They're very much about standards. And so there's been some very ridiculous and actually reckless statements made. These test standards, they aren't teaching to a test. We're teaching to standards. We use professionally developed instruments. Educators are very much involved in to make sure that young people that we are serving know the standards, because we know that if you don't know these standards, or if we're not aware we are at the standards, you could graduate from high school and not be prepared to be successful in the world in which you are going to enter. They're not coming from outer space. They're not coming from a multinational corporation in Great Britain. Our educators actually work on these things and they test standards, and that's why one of the big reasons we're doing all this in the state and trying to raise our standards. We want our students prepared. One final comment. To not know that is a terrible disservice to our students, and it's gross social injustice. We cannot have students in our schools that are not prepared to participate in the social, economic, cultural life of our state and this nation. So we have to have this measurement. And reckless statements have been made, and it can be done efficiently, and it will take an investment, but it's very, very important to all students. I'd say particularly to those most vulnerable and at the margins. We need to know. So I appreciate the points that the educators have been so involved. We've known this for years, but it gets lost sometime in the discussion. And thanks for letting me make my comment.
You're welcome. All right, I think we have one more guest speaker, and that is, I forget your name now. Jill, is it? Jennifer. I at least got the J right. Jennifer from Marzano to give us an update on the school, on Broad Ripple Magnet School and John Marshall Community School. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you for having me. My name's Jennifer Norford. Thanks for having me here today. I work at Marzano Research. Our mission at Marzano Research is to provide the best research, the most useful actions, and the highest level of services to educators. Sorry. So that's really why we exist. We exist to carry out research, to translate that research into tools and resources that school leaders and teachers can use. And then we provide services to help schools and districts maximize their use of those resources. And when we work in schools and districts, we try to model that process. So we try to use research and data and show them how this is part of the process of schooling. And you'll see how that kind of plays out in the work I'm going to talk to you about today, which is work we're doing in Broad Ripple Magnet School and John Marshall Community School. And we're supporting effective instruction in both of those schools. I want to talk to you just a little bit, I promise not to bore you too much, about the research behind our work in effective instruction. So Robert Marzano, who's the CEO of Marzano Research, most of his research he conducts is at the classroom level. We know that teachers are the single most effective component of an effective school. And so if you can make an impact on what the teachers are doing in the school, you can really make an impact on what's happening in that school. So two of the big pieces that underlie the work we're doing, first is the art and science of teaching, a comprehensive framework for effective instruction. And Dr. Marzano published that book in 2007. And that book brings together three categories really related to classroom instruction. One is effective instructional strategies, classroom management, and curriculum design. And so that's what makes it a comprehensive framework. And in that book, he lays out a model for instruction, and he basically says to schools and districts, here's a model, take this model and adapt it for your local context. Then in 2012, we published Becoming a Reflective Teacher. And what that book does is really break down the model for teachers into more concrete strategies and behaviors and actions that they can take in the classroom. So for each of the 41 elements of effective instruction that are in the art science of teaching, there are strategies and behaviors. So when a teacher says, what does that look like? We try to explain that for them. The other thing that Becoming a Reflective Teacher does is it lays out a process for teachers to develop a reflective practice. And so that involves setting goals, practicing on those goals, getting feedback on how they're doing, and also observing and discussing teaching with other teachers. So we kind of got two levels going there, school level and then the teacher level, and we're working on both of those in the two schools. So in each of the schools, we laid out three major tasks. There's an audit of instruction, the development of a model of instruction, and then we're also conducting evaluation activities. So the major tasks are the same in each school, but they play out a little differently in each school. So I'm going to talk about kind of what those tasks are, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the specific work. So the audit of instruction triangulates the data from three different points. One is an observation of teachers teaching, one is a teacher self-report, and the third is a student survey. The first two are looking at the 41 elements of effective instruction in the art and science of teaching model. And the student survey is looking at their perceptions of their teachers as well as their engagement and motivation in the classroom. The data collection allows us to set a baseline, and then that helps us identify strengths and weaknesses, and from there we can identify goals to develop the professional development plan. The model of instruction will take the art and science of teaching and we're working with instructional coaches in both schools to customize that for each school. So we're really kind of doing what Dr. Marzano planned with the model, which is let's make it work for your local context. So it provides a common language for teachers for planning and instruction, a way of thinking about planning and teaching, but it doesn't mean that all the teachers in each school have to teach in the same way, and it's not meant to be a form of evaluation. It's meant to be a resource to help them. It also supports the ongoing work, so we're providing PD around what this model of instruction is going to be, as well as when we leave, it literally gives them a tool that's in their hands to help the teachers and the building leaders continue the work when we're gone. Finally, the third task is evaluation, and we have a separate team within Marzano Research that's conducting the evaluation. They have expertise in research and evaluation methodology. They're not involved in the delivery of services or the development of any of the resources. And they're helping us to document the project activities, monitor our progress, so we can make mid-course corrections as needed. And then at the end, they'll help us make an assessment of, what are the outcomes that we've achieved here. So you'll see that these three tasks are a combination of research type activities, development and adaptation activities for tools and resources, and then monitoring our activities. Sorry, the slide's really messy. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the work that we've done so far. So Dr. Marzano conducted initial site visit at both schools in November. And then in December, we did a lot of work. We collected data on all three of those sources that I spoke to you about in both schools. We analyzed that data and we created reports which are ready in early January. In January, we delivered the reports to the school, and our PD associates, professional development associates, went out, met with the principals and the teachers in both schools to go over the reports, talk about the process, talk about the data, answer any questions they have, and also to get them to start thinking about the goals that we wanted to set. So based on this data, what will be the school-wide goals, and then when working with individual teachers, what do you think your individual goals should be? Then in February, we really started the professional development in earnest. We're carrying out the professional development in two ways. One, the PD associates are working with PLC groups. That's professional learning communities. So the teachers come together in small teams, and then during that time, the PD associates provide professional development around the school-wide goals that have been established. The two big goals that they're working on currently are setting learning goals and tracking student progress. And so that's ensuring that the learning goals are transparent in the classroom to the kids. The other form of PD is observing individual teachers in their classrooms and then providing feedback. When we do that, the PD associates also talk to the instructional coaches who are working in the schools about their observations and the feedback, and the teachers and the instructional coach both get specific things that they can work on in between times to improve their practice based on their goals. And then we've also started working on customizing that model of instruction, and as I said, the PD associates are working with instructional coaches to do that. I should say that evaluation activities are going on currently as well. So the evaluation teams helped us develop tools to collect some data. They've been out there to do some observations, and they're collecting some data themselves as well. So I want to talk a little bit about some successes that we've identified. We've been working in the schools really for 3 months now. Some successes and challenges. I think that the data collection that we did, because the process was transparent, the schools saw everything we did, the teachers saw everything we did, gave us a really nice firm footing to go in and say, we've identified the goals for the PD based on the needs that we identified in collaboration with you. So I think that was a really positive part of the process. PD associates have said that the teachers have been really positive about receiving feedback and reflecting on their practice and kind of working on that model that's presented in becoming a reflective teacher. In that the group discussions about instruction that they've had in the PLC meetings have been really positive and constructive. A few of the challenges with the project. One is the timeline. Obviously, coming into a school in the middle of the year to do this type of work is not ideal. We had some communication challenges, and I think I attribute those mostly to the timing. And that has to do with trying to schedule. We've been scheduling a lot of intensive work in the schools for the second semester, and that's been a bit of a challenge. We're trying to be in the schools every other week, so 4 days a month. Classroom management is identified as a really big issue in the schools. Many of the teachers are struggling with that. They've been working with behavioral coaches, but it seems like the follow-through in the classroom may not be as strong as it should be. And obviously, when you don't have good classroom management, it's really difficult to get to good instruction. So that's been a bit of a challenge as well. And then I just wanted to mention some teacher frustrations that we've been experiencing, which have to do with, a lot of vendors have been in these schools. They're not very happy. They were coming in the middle of the year. We're going to be gone in a few months, so what does this matter to me here today? So we've gotten a little bit of that, and we've tried to address that the best we can, but that's also been an issue.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So under classroom management, are you getting leadership support at the school level to help address the classroom management issues?
Yes, ma'am, we're working on that. Let's see, that's my next slide. So we've talked to the district staff. We've been talking to district staff, Dr. LeGrand, and her academic improvement officers who oversee these two schools. As soon as we identified that classroom management was as big of an issue, even though they're getting ongoing support with that, because we didn't really want to put more resources toward it, kind of double down on something that was already happening. So the academic improvement officers are working with us to improve the communication so that when we're going into the schools, they're going to be ready for us. The teachers know we're coming and we're going to be there. And also, we're working with the building leaders, and the district staff are helping us to set expectations about this work, that this work is important, the work you're doing with the behavioral coaches is important, and you need to be following through with it in the classroom in order to make a difference. And also working with the leaders to check in to make sure that the teachers are doing that so that they understand the work is important and we're expecting follow through. I think that's all I have.
Questions for Jennifer? Yes.
Just a quick question. Obviously, there's a common theme of some classroom management struggles here. With the individual classroom goals that are being set, do they tend to be more instructional in nature, or are they looking more at the management end? What is kind of the overall feel of those individual goals?
For the individual goals, we've really been trying to focus on the instructional strategies because there are behavioral coaches already in the school buildings.
Okay.
But when they're observing big issues around classroom management, the PD associates have been trying to give some feedback that they think would help, that are also in line with what the behavioral coaches are doing. Also relative to the adaptation of the model in each school, one of the things we're doing, as I said, we'll customize that for each school. So relative to classroom management strategies that exist in the art and science of teaching, they may be doing something that's slightly different. So we may take out a couple of those and insert instead some of the stuff that they've been working on with the behavioral coaches so that the work is, we're not trying to come in and do something totally different for them. We're trying to make it consistent with what's already happening in the schools. So that's kind of one of the things that will help it become more coherent to the teachers, I hope.
Other questions? Well, you've had partnership for just 3 months, so I'm sure things will begin to gel and improve, and we look forward to another update later.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Have a safe flight back.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take, we have one general comment. We'll take that comment and do the consent agenda, and then we'll take a quick break, a restroom break, okay? So we have Carol Auslander for general comment.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Carol Auslander, and I serve as the Vice President of Education and Workforce Development for the Indiana Chamber of Commerce. The Indiana Chamber firmly believes in establishing policies that are grounded in data and facts. When a request is made to destroy data that could inform policymakers and that lead to high-quality options for all students, we have significant concerns. The January 2nd letter to the Department of Education from CREDO, the Center for Research on Education Outcomes, a nationally recognized impartial, nonpartisan research organization with the highest level of data security protocol, should worry taxpayers who care about government transparency, as well as every parent concerned about quality education for their child. Furthermore, the work of CREDO is to share student outcomes, results we should all want to know. Reports from CREDO highlight the good work of many charter schools, but also draw our attention to underperforming charter schools and provide policymakers with resources on how to improve our work with charter schools. Finally, CREDO works with a number of states and with the U.S. Department of Education, all validating that FERPA regulations are followed and the data therein does not expose student identifying information. The Chamber supports an ongoing relationship with the state of Indiana and CREDO to determine the impact charter schools have on student learning and to create appropriate opportunities for all students. The Chamber has long supported having quality data as well as government transparency, and we request that any effort to destroy data end immediately. With that, I thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you very much. We are ready for the consent agenda. And the first item is the Perkins State Plan Budget. Do we have a motion? And then the second one is the Common School Loan Applications. You've received information on both of these items. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All those in, I guess, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The consent agenda is approved. We're going to recess for about,
Make sure you note that
so sorry.
B and C of the consent agenda
Yes.
was delayed till April 1st.
Yes, and I did say
Yes.
that, but we'll say it again. All right, we are just a quick recess, maybe 10 minutes. We'll meet here at 5 till 11. 5 till. The meeting. Waiting for a few more board members. Our next item of business will be the determination to implement Code IC 2024-2.2-3B concerning Option School in Noblesville and Hoosier Academy Virtual Charter School. I believe the board has received all the information regarding these two topics. And John, if you could approach the podium and explain to us what our options are today.
Morning, Madam Chairman, board members. When a charter school is in its fourth straight year of a failing grade, the board has the option to transfer the school to a different authorizer. It can order the school to close at the end of the school year, or it can order the reduction of administrative fees received by the authorizer. And fourth, if the board finds there's substantial justification for the charter school's performance, it can take no action and simply observe and call the school back next year if it still has concerns.
So it's my understanding that the board staff has recommended that for Option School in Noblesville, that no action be taken at this time. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion?
I would like to say something on this proposal.
Okay, Brad. Gordon's first and you're second.
I guess, you know, I'm going to vote against the motion to take no action against these, with respect to these charters. You know, 4 years of Fs. You know, I think the evidence is pretty clear that, you know, we can give them another pass and we're going to be essentially in the same situation a year from now. There's no way I would vote for this motion. There has to be accountability for these schools, and I would tell you that at a minimum, I would require that Ball State take some or all of its administrative fees that accrue to Ball State for its management of these schools and put those back into the schools. If they are truly committed to keeping these schools open, I would do that at a minimum. So, you know, I would not encourage fellow board members to support this motion. I think there has to be accountability for charters, and the whole purpose of the charter system in the state of Indiana is that there will be accountability for charter schools. And you know, charter authorizers have to be accountable because these are our school children, and I realize there's you know, certainly extenuating circumstances, but there's extenuating circumstances in every school. So I am not I'm not pleased with the situation we're in, but it is what it is, and I will not be supporting this motion.
Brad?
Thank you, Superintendent, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. I guess one of the things that I wanted to put out there, I've been concerned by comments that have been made by folks that want to politicize this because it happens to be a charter school, and I think you have to look at the evidence. One of the things we know about these schools is that 2/3 of the population of these schools, these students are highly transient because in many instances, these students have already struggled in their home school, and they're either attending options because it's an alternative school, or because they see the Hoosier Academy as an online as a short-term solution for students who are struggling. And while I do understand where Gordon's coming from, I think from my standpoint, when I look at this, I would encourage colleagues to ask ourselves, are we removing an option from students who are served even in a short-term situation? Because when I look at that fact that 2/3 of these students are moving in and out, it begins to explain why you start to see the formula kicking out a letter grade. I'm not saying there shouldn't be accountability. I happen to agree with Mr. Hendry. I would really like to see the board exercise the option to direct the authorizer, Ball State, to take a portion of their set-aside to address that in a very specific way, a very meaningful way. But my concern is if we close these options, we're actually shutting off options of opportunity that for a high number of students, the only short-term solution for them may be taken away from them, and they've already not succeeded in many instances in their home school.
David?
These schools are not your typical charter schools. And Ms. Neal and I made comments at the last meeting similar to what Brad just talked about, is that these schools are different, dealing with different populations. These are students who have not been successful in a traditional school. And these schools are trying to accommodate those students. Many of these students, if they were not in one of these two charter schools, they'd probably be within our prison system at this point. And frankly, I'm not ready to give up on these students by closing these charter schools, because I think the next admission will be into the court system in Indiana. And it just doesn't make any kind of sense to me. So I agree with my colleague on my right that in general, yes, we should apply high standards. And if these were traditional charter schools, I'd be right on board with you that we should close them. But because these schools are serving special populations within our state, I feel we need to give them a little more flexibility. I would ask, as a potential proposal, is that we let them continue for one more year, but bring them back in a year and maybe get an update after 6 months on how they're doing. So I would not give them a free pass out, but have them come back. I like the notion of the authorizer being somewhat responsible for these schools that they authorize. Ball State is a wonderful university with a extremely exemplary teacher education program. And I believe they have school administration programs, superintendency programs. And I like the notion that Gordon brought out. What responsibility does the university have for working with those institutions to help them improve? So I would certainly entertain a motion that would, number one, continue them for another year, two, bring them back, 6-month interim report, and then a yearly decision next year, and then number three, have the authorizer provide direct support to those schools to improve.
More comments? Yes.
I appreciate all the comments made. One of the things I was, if you're contemplating the options, if we took away, I guess we call it an administrative fee, do we take away the resource that Ball State should be expending to help? This is a unique school dealing with students' unique challenges. In other words, I was trying to really understand it fundamentally. By taking that fee away, do we take away the resources they need to intervene or work closely with or partner with? So your instincts, I'm with you, but I don't know to what effect. I don't know if we'll achieve a positive effect through the taking that away. In putting it directly in the school, they would say, well, that's what we're doing with that fee. We're hiring people and sending them out to partner, or hiring consultants, or working with expertise, these unique populations. So if I thought it would achieve it greater performance, I'd go with it, Gordon, but I'm not sure we're gonna get there through that. So that's my dilemma. Maybe you can enlighten me, but.
Well, I think they should add more, and truly
On
step
top
up to the
of.
plate, yeah. And
John?
I think
Oh, so sorry.
from our board level here, we're taking action as it relates to these two charter schools, and I just feel like there has to be some accountability. And
I agree
There
with
should
that.
be, you know, and I realize there's extenuating circumstances, but, you know, every, you know better than I do, you know, every school that we have dealt with that has had its challenges, there are multiple reasons for those failures. But I just feel that there should be some measure taken if Ball State, you know, wants to continue this these two schools, then I feel like they should step up to the plate in some way to demonstrate their you know,
Commitment.
their
capacity.
further commitment to these schools and this mission.
John, could you address the board and clarify what it means to order the reduction of administrative fees? What does that exactly entail?
While John's coming up here, Bob Marr from Ball State is here if you have questions for him.
Thank you.
I believe the charter schools pay the authorizer a 3% administrative fee, so presumably if you cut the fee, and Mr. Marr can correct me, but presumably if you cut the fee to the authorizer, then that's money in the pocket of the charter school.
Okay, if you reduce the funds, the administrative fees, then those funds then go to the actual operation of the charter school.
I believe so, but
Okay.
I'd prefer that somebody from the charter school confirm that, because I'm not exactly sure that that's correct, but that's my assumption.
I just know it is set aside and it's 3%.
Correct.
But I don't know.
What
you know,
happens to the
I
money.
want council to advise us as to.
Correct.
What the operation, what happens under law to those funds.
He's coming to talk. You may, Brad. Wait just a moment, Brad's got a comment.
Because I'm right there with you, with Gordon's thought on this about there has to be accountability, and to me it goes back to the authorizer. I don't know that it's a complete removal or reduction of the fee, but I think what I would feel better is kind of along the line that Dr. Freitas has laid out, which is giving them a year and asking Ball State as the authorizer to come back to the board with a specific plan to how to address, how to mitigate some of the impact of the high mobility they're seeing because of the special ed population, because of the special needs of students who may be there on an interim basis, and be able to help put a cost with that and show what they're recommending and let the board make a decision on that on a later meeting. That's just an idea I'm putting out there along the lines of what Dr. Freitas has mentioned.
Why don't you come and address the first issue? Thank you.
3%.
Thank you, Bob.
Right, yeah. We do charge 3% at Ball State University. Obviously, that goes to pay salaries is one of the things. But I also would like to then speak to what we do with the other 3%. We kind of bring that back and we look at the school itself. An example would be if there's governance issues, we then go ahead and provide them with a professional in the field somewhere between maybe $5,000 depending where they are, more money there. We also then go ahead and pay for NWEA, which one could argue whether it's good or not, but please don't take me down that road. And then we also have money that we put aside in that training pool so that we provide professional development for those teachers, right? And I want to emphasize this, through NWEA, my staff isn't doing that, right? Because if I want to give you an example of an authorizer for a second. If I'm the IRS and I grab Tony's taxes and I kind of fill them out and then give them back to him and say, well, I found 3 errors here, right? So I just want to caution everybody about what an authorizer can and can't do. I can't go in and tell them, you must do this, you have to do that, because then if they do that and it doesn't work, then they can say, well, you can't close us. But I want to stand up here and tell you that we do take our 3% and we bring it back to the schools. We also pay for their fiscal audit. That anywhere from $7,000 to $13,000 a year, we pay for each one of the schools' audits, so that they don't have to pay for that. So, if you want to have a bigger discussion, those are just some items. We're putting back the rest of that money back into the schools. So I think that flexibility is there. We'll look individually at what the needs are, options, which are different a little bit than K-12. K-12 and options have similar things that you just talked about, the population. we would want to customize how we're trying to help, and remembering also that the department is also looking at the school improvement piece, and we're working that together. So I would ask you to go ahead and do that. Give us a chance to keep on working. We have oversight, we have accountability. And then the other last thing I'd make a comment is, I stand up here, I've been the director for about 5 years. We just recently closed 2 charter schools in Indianapolis. We have a record of closing or recommending 11. Not all of them got closed. Some went to private, vouchers. Some went to other authorizers. But Ball State's willing, and we're willing to, if this doesn't work, is to do that closure. But I think it's the right timing right now to kind of give them that, the opportunity to fulfill their contract, to fulfill their corrective action, if you want to call it that, plan, and see where we go. And then, as we also would like to talk to you about in the last board meeting, and you go through A through F like you just said, to stand up here, look, Mike Gusson isn't going to get a 90% grad rate with a kid that walks in at 17 with 2 credits. So what I'd ask is, let us come back and help guide you. We have some suggestions in the A through F discussion that we want to hold these schools accountable. Again, we have academic, we have fiscal and governance accountability, working with the mayor's office and working with the charter board. We feel we're meeting national principles and standards of authorizing, and we want to continue to do our job. So that's a long answer on the 3%, and I know you have a couple.
No, that's quite all right, and I did contact my Department of Education outreach coordinators, and for Option School in Noblesville, they said really there's a lot of good work going on there with students, despite the grade outcome with the system that we have in place. So for what it's worth.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Ritz. It's how we measure that. How do we help measure what success means in that setting versus, as you said earlier, David, it doesn't look like everything else. So that's what I'd be asking you to work with us to do as we come forward. Because we do have, I'll just say it, Mike, we have this other option charter school coming, down the pike with the A through F system right now.
Andrea?
And I just would like to say that it's simply incorrect to conclude that these schools are not being held accountable or that someone's not stepping up to the plate. The A to F formula as written cannot be applied to these non-traditional schools. They will get Fs. But that sure doesn't mean we want the schools to go out of business or the kids to end up on the street. We have got to either come up with a different way of holding them accountable or exempt them from the accountability, because these are exactly the reason we want charter schools, and if we don't serve these kids, they're not going to get served. And so I think Ball State has had an exemplary record of holding its charter schools accountable, and I, for one, am willing to trust them to continue to do so, but it is that those Fs mean nothing as applied to these schools, and to interpret them any other way is simply not understanding the data.
So we have okay. Sarah, I was going to say we have a motion on the table. Go ahead, Sarah.
Just a quick question, and you hit on this a little bit already, but if these schools stay open and continue, and we're having this conversation again next year, what changes in your relationship as an authorizer with the schools in the coming school year compared to previous practices?
We pretty much engaged with both of these schools since they've been on that list. My staff was meeting with K-12 staff on a regular basis, same way with options we're talking about right now, maybe a redesign to the whole option program. So I want to say I'm going to do more, but we're already engaged with them. We haven't got them off our radar. We've been working with them. And the more important thing, we're working with the boards also, because in this case, the board drives the decision, just like you talked earlier about yours. It's the board, and we've been engaged, and maybe that's up to them to share, but I think we have been working with them, and we'll continue to do that oversight, because it's a partnership, and we have now got the triangulation with the department. So here's the other thing, they're not going off doing this with their plan and this with our plan. They got one plan, and they're trying to focus that one plan for success.
We are syncing things together.
Exactly, because it doesn't make sense for them to have 2 or 3 different plans, one for us, one for them. No, one plan. So
BJ?
I think I'm going to piggyback what Andrea said here. I think what we have to understand is these schools are as well equipped as anyone is going to be to deal with this population of students. While I certainly agree with accountability, there's no one else that deals with this specialized of a population. And if they were to close, my question goes back, what happens to them? I don't think it's a good effect. You know, it almost has to be this, and with our current accountability system, these schools, no offense, are never going to be an A or B. I mean, that's never going to happen. There has to be some way to measure the good things that are going on there. You know, the starfish method, you know, I made a difference to that one. That's going to have to be how we measure schools like this, or they won't exist. And again, what happens if these schools don't exist? I hate to see the futures of the kids that would be in them.
Tony?
I just sort of want to echo what Gordon originally said. I also believe that the charter schools should be under the same accountability that the traditional public schools are under as it relates to their performance. I do, however, think there's a special exception for schools like Option, where you are dealing with a totally specific, more difficult population of students that have had more challenges. I don't think our A to F accountability system is appropriate at all for those types of schools. As I think Options was here a few months ago, and I indicated as much. I don't even think they should be looked at under that rubric. I think their accountability should pretty much be at the chartering authority level. If you think they're doing a good job, you probably have the best idea, Mr. Mara. So if you're willing to allow them to go forward, then I sort of see that as accountability, because they have to comply with their chartering authority. So the schools that we're talking about here, as I understand the population, I have a question about that. I think they could be a unique circumstance. But as it relates to every other kind of charter school, I think the accountability should be just like it is in any other traditional public. In fact, I think they probably deserve a little more scrutiny because it's not the sort of built-in community accountability. But what makes this population of students at these schools unique?
The special ed, no mobility is part of that, and then where they are academically, where they enter into the system, they're kind of way behind in most cases. And I don't disagree with you that I do have, if I can get away with saying it this way, you know, we talk about traditional public schools. We kind of have more of a traditional model in some of our charter schools, and some of our charter schools are very, very unique. They use real emphasis on, say, project learning or a Montessori method. So you're looking at some that look pretty much like a traditional public school, some that have kind of uniqueness that public schools do, and then you have these schools that, and we have another one up north that used to be the old adult learner. And the same thing is, you know, the option school, kids are coming in way behind, have many issues, not just academics sometimes. Maybe academically they're very smart, but they had some social issue in their life, a baby, you know, a death in the family that they have to work or something. So other things impact their lives than just academics sometimes.
And it's my understanding these schools are sort of, that's their mission, is to
Correct.
go after these students that otherwise have not made it in the.
And if I can piggyback, when we look alternatively, what we want to get at, what we're trying to figure out is mission-specific goals. How do you look at what this thing was set up to do and measure that thing? And that's where we're working with, you know, National Association of Charter School Authorized and Unauthorized. How do you look at alternative measures and keep the accountability, because their vision and the mission is different. You got Hope Academy, by the way, which is drug and alcohol. I mean, it looks different. You got Daymar that has the same, more severe involved children. So you want to look at them uniquely.
David?
These schools happen to be charter schools.
Correct.
If these two schools were public schools who were serving the same population, I would make the exact same argument that they're dealing with a different population. This isn't an issue of charter school versus public school. This isn't an issue of having different quality standards for different kinds of schools based on no reason. There's a separate population here that we need to serve. And that's my argument, that we should provide some flexibility. We need to have staff, maybe working in collaboration with you and some other people, to come back to us and set forward some criteria on how we determine these special population situations, whether they be charter schools, private schools, public schools, whatever. And we need to do that work, because as we've got into this, we've identified an unintended consequence.
Right.
And so I was asked staff to work with Ball State and to work with these two schools to come back to us with some criteria that we can apply to future cases.
We would very much appreciate that opportunity to give us, share our knowledge of what we know. So thank you for that opportunity.
Dan?
In that regard, there's been a pretty good case here made today that there are some schools so unique, so different, that we should up front and prior to using the A through F model as we know it for all of our schools, say this population is so unique, measuring against that bar is a kind of a waste of time. And so what should we do up front, say, to an authorizer or some people willing to take on a really big challenge in education, how we'll hold them accountable? Because they're using funds. These are children's lives. We want to advance them, and we want to know what advancement means. So we probably need to take a step back in the process a priori, not after the fact. How will you be judged if you take on this unique population? And then monitor to make sure that we know what the population is and it's consistent. So everybody will say they have a unique situation, but some are clearly out of the continuum of what a school is.
Troy?
I'd just like to comment, because the population involves students from residential schools from surrounding areas, that this school, the option school, provides a positive impact on their accountability model, and then it causes a substantive decline in theirs. I think that that is unjust. I think that there has to be some kind of partnership developed between local schools, and I know I'm probably stepping on some toes, but I apologize. There has to be that accountability piece from the residential place. If they lived in my district and they go to his school, that isn't fair, because we'd invested all that time, and then all of a sudden, because he became out of time, this became an option, and this is the best option for this kid to be successful. I feel very strongly that the residential schools have some accountability piece in that process, and really they're exempted from that.
And I think that's where it falls for me. This school recruits students that, no offense, you're probably glad that they chose a different option. And as far as I know, I don't know of any other school in the state of Indiana that have taken on that mission.
So the motion before us is the board staff recommended no action be taken, and I think I hear a possible amendment to that to come back in a year, and we'll review again. So,
Can I add one more amendment? I think the notion of board staff coming back with a set of criteria that we can identify what these student populations that are different schools are, if that's a sentence, don't put that into the motion, but the notion being that there should be a set of criteria, as Dan says, that schools can identify themselves prior to going through all the testing, that they can somehow gain approval, either board staff, DOE, I'm not sure it needs to come here, but get those schools identified. So the amendment would be just to allow a process to study that notion of exemptions in some way.
so I would rather take two separate motions, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So we have a motion before us to actually do the determination to implement the Indiana code. Option school is to take no action at this time and to come back before us again in 1 year.
Well, that's not the motion that was seconded, though. This is the motion just to take.
Right, this is an amendment. So do I have a second to the amendment?
Second.
Any more discussion on this one?
Could the chair please repeat the main motion as well as the two amendments?
The main motion was that the State Board of Education staff recommended no action be taken, and it was seconded. And then we had discussion, and then I asked David if he wanted me to just amend it, and he said yes. So to come back in a year, and so now we have a second to that.
May I ask a question?
You may.
I like the I like additionally, the second amendment to the motion, because it deals with it in total instead of,
Oh, I'll take that
No,
one.
post.
I'll take that one
but it's
separately.
germane, I think it's germane.
But we have to take action actually on
Right.
this school.
So there's an action on the school.
Correct.
There's an action associated with the original motion that says come back and report in a year, and there's a third action.
Right.
We want staff to bring us rationale for schools up front.
So I'll
So we don't
entertain,
do that.
I'll
So-
entertain a motion for a feasibility of an alternative accountability for schools that serve a very unique population.
Now, let's just get moving.
Anyway, go ahead.
Let's just
Any
get
more
moving.
discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Excuse me, before we roll call, are we voting on the First Amendment? Just to make that
Yes,
clear.
only the First Amendment,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Albert?
Yes.
Mr. Ellsworth?
Yes.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Ms. Neal?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Oliver? Yes. Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Wicker?
Yes.
Superintendent Ritter?
Yes. The next determination is for Hoosier Academy Virtual Charter School. The State Board of Education staff has recommended no action be taken. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? This is a different school, serving different populations.
We
Can I,
never
can I,
voted on the
can I
motion.
interject here on a point of order? I just asked if we were voting on the
We voted on
amendment.
We never voted on the motion.
We have not voted on the
Oh.
main motion.
I gotcha. So we voted for the amendment, so now we're back to the main motion, which is the amendment. Correct?
No,
main
I,
motion.
did,
It's gonna end up,
did we have two amendments?
no.
We did, but the chair doesn't want to, just forget that. They'll do the research anyway. Could we vote on the motion, please?
Yes.
Okay, so the main
I call the
motion, the
question.
main
Correct, we
motion
voted on the
as-
amendment, so
as
now
to
we're
the
gonna vote on
first
the main
school, we're
motion.
considering options, correct?
Which is the same. So the state board has recommended that no action be taken and that it be referred back to us in 1 year. Roll call.
Mr. Albert?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Ellsworth? Dr. Freitas?
Thank you,
Yes.
Gordon.
Mr. Henry?
No.
Ms. Neal?
Yes.
Ms. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Oliver? Yes. Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Wicker?
Yes.
Superintendent Ritter?
Yes. Thank you for that clarification, Gordon. The next determination is the Hoosier.
Can I withdraw my second, so we can go ahead and have his amendment?
That's okay. They'll do the
Yeah.
research.
Do you,
No,
I assume you
just
want to
keep-
do the same thing for Hoosier that you did for options.
Oh, I see what you mean.
The chair has asked that I wait on that motion until
Yes.
both of the
Right.
school motions happen, and I'm comfortable with following the chair.
so the next determination is the Hoosier Academy Virtual Charter School. And the State Board of Education has recommended no action be taken. And we had a second. We'll redo it again.
I'd like to make an amendment that they come back in 1 year also.
There's been an amendment. Do we, is that a friendly amendment?
Yes.
I think
It
it's
is for
friendly.
you.
I mean, the staff recommended it, so it's to me like we could just move along here.
All right, so it's been amended, friendly amendment. Any
Roll call.
discussion?
Yeah. I'm aware of options, but what makes the student population at Hoosier Academy Virtual Charter School different?
I'll go first.
Go ahead, Bob.
Byron, if you want to help with that. I think a high mobility and the quickness in the turnaround, meaning that parents are looking at it for a quick option, something's happened in the child's life. They may be down at Riley and, you know, they have a sick child and they have 3 other ones, so they come for a while and then leave. And then there's one other one, I guess, using it for like a short-term solution. Here's the director of the program. He'd be able to help really articulate those.
Is there any brick and mortar, or is it all 100% virtual?
For this school, all virtual. And from our standpoint, and we talked about that at the last meeting, but at 68% mobility, short-term solution for students, whether it be because of medical or some other data that we put together actually since that meeting that I thought was interesting. Of our 9th graders, 75% of them come to us with 3 credits or more deficient. 10th graders, 73%, 11th graders, 68%, and 12th graders, 55%. Now, obviously, we're proud of the 5th or the 12th grade going down because we've had them at that point, so some persistence does matter. But for us, when they come to us, they are very far behind. And we're also really proud of the fact that we've ramped up our credit recovery with our high school students to work with them, and we're on target to be over 200 credits made up with those high school students within this school year.
What is your mission and who are you recruiting?
What is that? I'm
What
sorry?
is your mission and who are you recruiting?
We're recruiting any student that wants to come to us. We want to serve whoever wants that as an alternative for them, for their education.
So it's not targeting sort of at-risk populations?
No.
Okay.
No. I've always said I would call us an untargeted alternative school at that point.
So I guess by way of comment on the motion, I'll say this is a clear distinction of something in my mind that's different from the options example where they're targeting at-risk students. This school is not targeting at-risk students, so I don't see where it would merit an exemption from the otherwise, the regular accountability.
Carrie? Brad, I'll let you talk after Carrie.
I guess I would say, having talked to some of the staff and some of the students, that although they may not be targeting that different population, that's who is attending. With their 68% mobility rate, they're getting students who have been expelled from school and who need to finish the school year, and so they need a place to go, and so an online option until they get the start back at their home school again is where they land, and so they end up serving that population, although they may not say that's who they're targeting. You know, Byron's saying, well, we'll take anybody. They will take anybody. They're not going to turn anybody away, but their population that they're serving is really made up of students who have nowhere else to go in many cases.
David?
This is an example why we need criteria up front to make this determination. We're trying to write the criteria in a policy as we're making a decision, an important decision on a school. I would ask that we, again, and I'll make the motion after we get past this school, but we need a set of criteria that we can apply to this school and any other school that comes forward. I would recommend that we go ahead, let this school go on for a year, have the authorizer work with that school. Ball State's already committed to put some intensive resources into that school to try to raise the score. DOE's doing a good job with their outreach coordinators, and I don't think we should penalize these schools right now. This particular school, I should say. Once we have the criteria, this school may be a school who doesn't meet the criteria. Therefore, we treat them as any other charter school. But until we have the criteria, we can't apply it. So I think out of fairness to the school and to the kids, we approve it for a year, have them come back in a year. By that time, we'll have the criteria and we can apply it.
I will say that my outreach coordinator for the Hoosier Academy Virtual Charter School, we have had concerns in the past, but she sees that they're making good progress towards what it is that they're supposed to be doing with their school improvement plan.
I think Brad was trying to get, Brad, did you want to?
Brad?
I did. I wanted to make a quick comment, and I also want to point out the fact that this year, under the leadership of one of our former state teachers of the year, Byron Ernest, this is his first year there, and I think one of the things that the board is doing that's important is that when we have these situations and they come before the board, we have to evaluate all the totality of the evidence. And I thought Carrie and David really kind of addressed what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to echo, when you look at the online nature of the school, for many students, they're either going through a short-term medical situation or they're being bullied. And Byron has provided this data to the board in previous presentations. I went through that packet. They have a very high percentage of mobility because the students seeing it as a short-term alternative. And while they may not market themselves that way, you have to ask yourself, if we remove that as an option for those students, what is the implication for that in terms of how well they can progress and have access to a free and appropriate public education? So for those reasons, even though it's not an options charter, and it is a different school, I'm looking at it from the standpoint of what services it's providing to children, and if we remove that, what is the impact of that? And it has nothing to do with the fact that it's a public or a public charter. It's what's in the best interest of the students that it's serving.
Any more discussion? So we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Alger?
Yes.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Henry?
No.
Ms. Neal? Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Oliver? Yes. Mr. Walker?
No.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Wicker?
Yes.
Superintendent Witt?
Yes. Now, we want to entertain another motion about the feasibility of an possible alternative accountability system for select
Right.
schools, or?
I'd like to make a motion that board staff work with DOE and other organizations to create a set of criteria that will determine the feasibility of a special population school given the A through F accountability system.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Albert?
Yes.
Mr. Alger?
Yes.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Ms. Neal? Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Oliver? Yes. Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mrs. Wicker?
Yes.
Superintendent Witt?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is Emma Donna, State Board of Education intervention. And we have one speaker. Before we begin, Gary Holland.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Superintendent Ritz
Good morning.
and Board. Thank you for giving me this time to address you regarding what we are doing and experiencing with Charter Schools USA. My name is Gary Holland. I am part of a community group organization that is committed to educational parity. We are comprised of a group of university professors, school administrators, teachers, researchers, and evaluators who work closely with school corporations and organizations to improve the learning and life outcomes for students. We firmly believe in the value of improving public education. Over the course of the past 2 years, we have partnered with Charter Schools USA here in the city of Indianapolis. In this capacity, we have provided professional development sessions, consultations, and evaluated services that have provided them with research-based strategies about the most effective ways to use culturally responsive curriculum materials in an urban setting. In addition, we have met with school-level administrators and teachers to engage in ongoing dialogue about culturally responsive teaching practices that involve in educating the whole child. Throughout the tenure of our partnership with Charter Schools USA, they have shown a genuine interest in improving the instructional practices that govern educating students from urban and often socially, economically deprived backgrounds. Their willingness to commit their financial resources as well as professional development time for us to work directly with their teachers in a sustainable manner illustrates their seriousness and commitment to educational excellence. As community stakeholders, we support Charter Schools USA without reservation. In an ever-changing educational landscape, it is important that charter and turnaround school operators demonstrate a commitment to the communities that they serve. It has been our experience that Charter Schools USA will provide our community not only with educational excellence, but a serious commitment to innovative and transformative work in the schools that they serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Farabee? The board has received no materials regarding this item, so I'm not sure we have any action to take.
Yeah, I just wanted to, John Hage and Dr. Farabee are both here, and I just wanted to, there won't be any action taken today. They have been working for the past month, and I'll let them tell you what the progress of the relationship and the creation of a K-6 school at Emma Donnan is, rather than me going through that. But I can tell you that they have met and had discussions frequently throughout the last month. Met yesterday, their attorneys met yesterday, and were working on a contractual arrangement, and they can tell you the progress and exactly where they are.
And before you begin, I just want to remind the board that we've taken action already to extend the contract of Charter USA for Emma Donnan, Howe, and Manuel for 2 more years. So that action was already taken. So, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Since our last meeting in February, we got directives in terms of how a contract should be developed between Charter Schools USA, APS, and also the state board. There were some challenges with that directive based on advisement from legal counsel. So we then went into a different direction, and we're still there now in those discussions. And our goal is to have something before you sooner rather than later, hopefully early April. But again, there are a number of issues that we still need to work through in terms of an agreement.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I would say that, yes, we were at that place, and we appreciate the board's direction at the last meeting. Obviously, once you get attorneys involved, it always makes it a little more fun, and we're working through the details. We are also making sure that we try to stay consistent with what the board's direction is, at the same time understanding there have been some feedback around what is and what isn't the legally most efficient and permissible way to involve this contract. We are breaking new ground here, and I think we need to understand that in all parties. I continue to work in good faith, and CSUSA does. I know the district does as well, and the state board staff. We look forward to that continued work. I would continue to enjoy Dr. Elsner's involvement, because every time he's involved, it actually is very, very helpful, and appreciate that as we continue to make sure that all 3 parties' issues are brought together for the best interest of the students, which is in fact the only goal we have, is to ensure these students are intervened earlier in a successful way, and doing that in a way that obviously meets with state and current rules and statutory guidelines around that.
Yeah, I want to ask a question first of all. So is what you're doing underneath the Innovation Schools 1321 in any way? Or do you perceive it that way?
Yes, our most recent discussions have been around establishing an innovation agreement, which would be under the provisions of 1321, which is a little bit different than the directive that we were given from the last meeting. However, I believe at this point, we would both agree that we believe that's the most appropriate and legal way to handle the partnership.
So the contract then between the parties then would be for, perhaps for just Emma Donnan grades 7 and 8, but you would then enter into your own agreement pieces for the innovation?
Yes, it is our
Okay.
understanding that this innovation agreement would be for K-6, which would be separate from the work that's currently happening in
Okay.
grades 7 and 8.
And I think, Madam Chair, I think part of the thing that we're working through with your council and whatnot is how we marry those two in a way that makes them consistent for the actual on-the-ground application for students and parents. So for their purposes, they're not involved in the mechanics and technical differences, and that it's seamless, but on our part, making sure that there is consistency, and also following the state board direction to stay involved in the progress of those students all the way through as they matriculate ultimately to the high schools that we operate for you as the state operator. So I do think that we can get there. And we're just going to need to, I think, have an active discussion, and that can even take place today. I believe we're going to carve some time, even this today, to continue that discussion. So I look forward to being here in person doing that. And I think it makes, every time that Dr. Farabee and I and Dr. Elsner involves, it moves the ball almost immediately. And unfortunately, when we hand it back to the attorneys, it goes backwards a little bit. But that's, I think, the process we're working through.
All right, Dan?
Thank you. Well, I must say that occasionally I get called to participate in some discussions, and Sarah and Tony, you were involved. When you try to turn around schools, they're thinking more, I appreciate both of you as leaders. They're thinking comprehensively. The focus has been on students. When we first did the turnaround, it was who's winning and who's losing, and there were tug of wars. So some of the principles we picked up from national experts in our hearings, I see the makings here, and people willing to do things we haven't done before, unique arrangements, but always, and I must say, Dr. Farabee's more new to our community, although you're getting to be very much a part of it now. I shouldn't say new very much longer. But the whole focus, how do we help young people? How do you help neighborhoods? How do you help communities? How do you tie a string of educational experiences together where everybody wins? That is so refreshing, and we learned a lot from our early years in this. It was tug of war, and who was going to take equipment and technology, and who was going to talk to students too often behind the other one's back. So it's really nice to see the spirit here, and I think the spirit will get us to the goal line. The only thing I would say is I think we better put a stopwatch at the next meeting we have a deal, because this will take time to transition, and students so create our own deadline and say, let's get something back here and get moving, because your intention, spirit, intelligence, innovation, I really appreciate it, and I think we can get there.
Gordon?
You took the words out of my mouth. You know, I just want to give some friendly advice to my friends, Mr. Hage and Dr. Farabee. Please, we want to see a resolution of this issue. It's so important to our community, and we really believe in what you're trying to do. So let's get those deal points hashed out and agreed to, and bring it back to us in 3 weeks, and hopefully we'll even know what the resolution is a little bit before, in advance of the meeting. But I would just give you some friendly advice and strongly encourage you to work out or work through those issues and bring us back an agreement which will reflect the ongoing partnership.
It's go time. There you go.
The next,
Oh, hold on, no.
Tony?
No, I just wanted to comment as well. I mean, I think this is reflective of what we learned from our turnaround committee this summer, that when you're trying to improve and focusing in on a particular school, any type of improvement has to have the school corporation involved at the ground floor with whoever's going to be in assistance. This is the exact type of model that I know personally I'm hoping to see with Roosevelt and Gary, where a partnership between the Gary Community School Corporation and Edison Learning to do hopefully the same thing you all are talking about doing here with Emma Donnet. And I think that, I'm not even sure there's any dispute now that that is the best model, that whenever you're having gains like we're having in Gary with Roosevelt, to make those gains sustainable, the school corporation has to be involved. And hopefully you all will be leading the way to a transition that you could lock arms with Gary and Edison and they can follow suit. Thank you.
Yes, Brad?
This is for board staff. I guess the question I have, and I am concerned that we don't have yet an agreement in front of us. I thought Dr. Freitas laid out a good course of action last month. And I guess my question to staff is board staff asserting itself when both parties, because of their specific interests that they're trying to work through with their attorneys, where does the board staff weigh in to make sure that the board's direction trumps any discussion either from IPS or from Charter Schools USA to get us to a resolution? Because I am getting concerned that it feels like this keeps coming before the board, and if this really is about kids, let's get to the agreement. I think we all agree on the pathway forward. Why isn't it done?
we assert ourselves as much as we can with John Hage and Louis Farabee. They both, and we have been facilitating and working very hard with them. It has consumed probably more of John Sneathen and my time over the last month than anything else since the last board meeting. I can tell you that we continue to poke, prod, encourage them to move forward, and they have made great strides in what they're doing. So I think the best way to answer that question, the best answer to that question would be made by the attorneys for IPS and the attorneys for CSUSA, because John Sneathen has been amazing in working with them and saying, here's what needs to happen for the board. So I think John Sneathen has been amazing in this, so I have to say yes, we are assertive.
And if I can just interject, I don't think our board attorneys bill by the hour, do they?
Dan?
They should.
Well, yeah, spoke from a true attorney. Dr. Oliver, I can assure you, and I've had occasional conversations, and I think Dr. Freitas been involved some too, and other turnaround. I think when you plow new ground like this, when you open up the box, you don't even know what you'll find in there when you have new ideas, and that's been part of it. But now I think we've learned a lot. It's go time. Let's bring it to the goal line here and get a win for young people in those neighborhoods. But yes, our staff, in my perception, has worked very hard. Anybody been involved with it seemed like they're very much goodwill, generous efforts, and openness. That's what I've found. So.
Thanks for your efforts. Some board members have been involved. It's always been productive and constructive, so thanks for that. I have more of a legal question, Bob or John. Once these two parties enter into this agreement, we need to be part of that agreement also, I believe. We have legal oversight of it. And so are we back to a three-party contract, or how do you envision, John, that that's going to occur now?
Well, I don't envision that the state board would be party to a 1321 contract.
Correct.
It doesn't have legal
But how is
standing.
that going to work between their
But the board does have a contract with CSUSA on the 7 through 8, and I think there are adjustments that can be made to that contract to align the goals of that contract with what's happening in the 1321, so that you actually have a seamless plan from K through 8. That's the goal, and we've discussed that both with CSUSA attorneys and IPS attorneys.
So our role will not be a legal partner in this, but we have statutory oversight of all
You have
partnerships.
statutory oversight of the Turnaround Academy, and I think working collaboratively with IPS, CSUSA, we can establish sort of a seamless governance model that doesn't necessarily involve the state board decision-making at K through 6, but we can certainly align the educational goals so that both components of that plan work.
Okay. That makes sense now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next item is Arlington State Board of Education intervention.
Actually, we skipped Dunbar last.
We are going to take all of IPS together,
Okay.
and then we'll do Dunbar.
Thank you. And again, please know that we would like to have this resolved as well. As much as I enjoy presenting to this group, I see you every month. So it's our goal to respond accordingly. As a follow-up to our previous presentation on the transition for Arlington High School, there was direction in terms of IPS providing more details on the transition. And as a follow-up to those points of feedback, we had a conversation with staff on what the specific areas were that need to be addressed. And this morning, we'll provide information on those areas, and then if you have questions, staff will follow up accordingly. On this slide, you see several of the areas that will be addressed in this presentation, which includes operations, funding, parent and community engagement, enrollment, and also student records. Again, all these were areas that were raised as a follow-up from our previous presentation. We also were asked to address special education, human capital, instructional focus of the school, and performance targets. So how will we measure student achievement in the school? And so we'll, again, address these areas as well. So I'll start with operations. As soon as we receive indication that the school would be transitioning back to operation to IPS, we did a operational analysis at Arlington High School to assess all of the operational needs of the school. So we assessed technology, the overall facility, food service, transportation, police, so just a thorough analysis to identify all needs to ensure that we're prepared for a very successful opening for the school year. So we identified a number of needs that need to be addressed. Some are more immediate than others. You can see some of that information on the slide, and you can see the projected costs. Those would be expenses that IPS would have to assume to ensure that the facility is up to date, technology is up to date for a viable learning environment. So I would just keep that figure in mind and those costs so you are aware of how we'll need to prepare our budget accordingly. And specifically with the technology needs, we've already started to begin some of that work to ensure that there's Wi-Fi access and just the basic needs of learning can take place within the school. We also identify a couple other needs that are not as grand as those, which includes just ensuring that you got phone system, there's other technology in the building, there's textbooks, ensuring that the security, hardware, and software in the school reflects our standards for the district, and also want to ensure that we're able to offer all the arts and other extracurriculars to ensure that the materials, instruments, everything that needs to be in the school for it to thrive is there. And so we've already identified those needs, are planning to address those needs, again, for a successful opening. We were also asked to address funding. Remind the group that it is our plan to include Arlington at some point in our transformation zone model in partnership with Mass Insight. So part of this will be receiving funding to begin that process. We've had conversation with staff, and we are scheduled to receive the initial funding required for the needs assessment. You know, it's our goal to have the funding for the next phase of implementation in August to receive those dollars to support Mass Insight. We are working with the State Board of Accounts and also state funding entities to ensure that there is a smooth transition of funding from Tinley to IPS. We're also working to ensure that we have a clean date and process for not only transfer of funds, but transfer of the facility and any resources associated with the facility. And so we're continuing to have those conversations, again, to ensure that we have a successful start. And also, as I mentioned earlier, identify the funds to address some of those operational needs that we believe are immediate to opening of school. The next area is family and community engagement. We have had a number of community meetings. We also had a survey, not only to assess some of the needs of the school, but also to solicit feedback from our stakeholders and constituents on the preferred characteristics of the principal. We're now in the principal selection process, which also includes stakeholders being a part of that process. We've also issued several phone calls to families that are currently in our schools that will be transitioning to Arlington, and we'll continue to schedule transition activities all throughout the spring and the summer to ensure that we're prepared for a successful opening. This is critical because what we heard in our community meetings and in the surveys is that it's important for the students and staff when they come to school in the fall to have some relationships established, that it's not a day of strangers interacting. And so we're doing our part to ensure that those relationships are developed and fostered in such a way that parents and students and staff are all familiar and able to begin positive relationships. The next area we'll address is enrollment. I know there were questions around what will the enrollment be. We believe that we will be able to double the current enrollment. There now there's approximately 300 students. We're projecting an enrollment of about 600. you'll see most of that enrollment increase will occur at the 7th grade, because we will be successfully transitioning the students who live in the neighborhood that currently attend IPS elementary school into Arlington. We'll also ask that other families that are interested in attending Arlington that are in other high schools have an opportunity to attend Arlington if they're interested, but we're not going to remove any transportation provisions that those students have that are attending other high schools.
Dan?
Dr. Farabee, the 246 students is quite an increase.
Correct.
What's your understanding of where they attend now? So they're coming out of a IPS 6th grade. What's your understanding now as to where they go? Because that's quite an increase.
Right, so as it stands right now, when a student who lives in that community is transitioning to 7th grade, they can either remain at an elementary school that offers 7th or 8th grade, or they can go to any other high school option that begins in 7th grade, which has been a challenge for us in terms of transportation and also students not attending the school in their neighborhood. And so we've already had communication with families that that transportation would not be provided for those students transitioning to 7th grade, that they would attend their neighborhood school, which is Arlington.
And so that gives you some assurance that's why.
Correct. That gives us the assurance that those students will attend Arlington as 7th graders. We did not reflect the students currently in 7-12, because there are a number of students that have had those options over years that may be attending Broad Ripple or George Washington or John Marshall. So some of those students, given that we're providing transportation for them to attend their neighborhood school, may elect to attend Arlington, but we haven't accounted for those numbers at this point. The upper grade numbers are primarily the numbers for the students currently attending.
Thank you.
The next area we'll address is student records, and so we've already started the process to ensure that student records are transitioned successfully. Again, one of the points of feedback we got in the community meetings and the survey is want to make sure that all credits are maintained, nothing is lost in the transition. So we're ensuring there's a smooth transition of transcripts, any electronic records are needed, and then we'll have a verification process to ensure that we have accurate information on every student attending Arlington, or any student that is attending Arlington right now that will attend next school year. The next area is special education. Again, we're currently reviewing the records and files to ensure that we have the appropriate special education offerings at Arlington. We're also considering having a self-contained classroom at Arlington for those students who currently live in that neighborhood that may be attending other self-contained classrooms and IPS. So again, the goal is to get students back to their neighborhood schools and closer to where they live. And then we would allocate staff based on the individual education plans of those students, whether they are mainstream or in self-contained classrooms. And again, that work is underway, and similar to the transition of records, that process starting now and extend over the summer to ensure that we have a successful opening in the fall. The next area is human capital that we were requested to provide information on. And you can see in this slide we address our steps in the process to ensure that we have staffing that's appropriate to the start of school. So we've met with the current staff at Arlington just to explore options if they were interested in remaining at Arlington. Again, that's something that we heard from the feedback that we received. We will then determine what the staffing needs are. Now that we have a projected enrollment, we'll be interviewing applicants. We're also, as I mentioned earlier, in the process of selecting a principal, and the principal will be involved in hiring staff as well, and then we'll complete staff for the school, and then we'll begin our onboarding process for all new hires.
Will the principal have ultimate authority who teaches there?
Yeah, so in IPS, principals have authority over the selection of staff and also determination of staff as well. The next area I'll address is the instructional focus of the school. And so we previously have presented to the State Board of Education our principles around our professional learning communities, our mastery learning emphasis, and also our emphasis on balanced literacy. All of those instructional focus would transition over to Arlington as well. One of the things that we heard clearly from the community was there was an interest in having a focus on college prep and also career pathways. And so we're currently exploring AVID as an option for addressing some of those needs and desires. We believe that this is a research-proven strategy for preparing students for college and beyond, specifically those students that are first-generation college attendees. And again, that's something that we've seen very successful in other school districts and would like to consider as an option there at Arlington. The next area we'll address is our performance targets. What you'll notice that many of these performance targets resemble what we presented for other schools that are in state intervention. We're continuing to be focused on the graduation rate, point of privilege. We talked earlier about our graduation rate, and I know this morning to focus on the non-waiver graduation rate, and that continues to be a focus for us as well. We've increased that non-waiver graduation rate by over 6 percentage points over 2014, and continue to be something that we'll address not only for Arlington but for all of our high schools. We also have a standard that will reduce non-proficiency by at least 10% annually.
Excuse me, may I ask, do you have for Arlington High School, for this board that still has responsibility for this school, are you going to have a specific increase for Arlington?
For the graduate, we were not able to glean from the data that was presented what their current graduation rate is at this time, but we would take that graduation rate and create expectations and strategy around improving that rate.
I think this template will be this board's. At some point, we want to give it back to the district's board. We want to make sure that the management and the performance is all. We got into this reluctantly. Now that we're in it, we want to make sure before we say, okay, there it's back. So I for one, as we look at that, anything we can be more specific is better than we talked about Marzano's instructional approaches. The first thing to do with the teacher in the classroom is be clear what we're going to do. So this board member at least would like to know what it is. Let's make sure we ascertain it, and what are we trying together to accomplish in terms of graduation. If we could be more specific.
Teresa, do you have any information on that, the graduation at Arlington? Well, we released them. I didn't know if it was out, if we could look it up, but they don't have very many students.
Right.
So it may be suppressed, because there's only 38 students listed on here, and so the number may be low enough that it's suppressed in terms of.
I think we can come to a reasonable agreement, just as long as we're.
And if there's a reason that it hasn't been reported, it can't be reported, again, we would make reasonable targets around what we would expect over the next couple of years in terms of graduation rate. And a part of that is the emphasis on advanced studies and preparing students for career in college. And so we know we do that really well. It translates to improved graduation rate. So you also see here, very similar to our other high schools in the district, we are implementing a focus on advanced placement, IB, other opportunities for students to not only be exposed to those courses, but the goal is to increase participation and performance at the same time.
David?
Dan, was your question pertaining to measurable performance indicators?
The more clear we can be.
And I would support that notion that we need to have a set of performance indicators that are measurable so that we can make a determination along the way whether or not any school, but particular, in this case, Arlington School, is making progress. And so I would hope before we move them forward in any tangible way that I would like to see a set of performance indicators that we can hold Arlington as well as other schools, but Arlington in this case, accountable for the progress they make. So it could be graduation rate, it could be student achievement rates, it could be attendance, and I don't see that set of criteria. I'm hoping that Arlington may be the test case that we would want to do with every school, so that we can continually monitor on a dashboard whether or not they're making progress or not. And so since Arlington's here, Dr. Farabee's here, I don't think he would object to board working on performance indicators along with Dr. Farabee and his staff up front, so that we know what the performance indicators are and we can take a look at what the expectations are. Is that something you would be agreeable to, Dr.
Yes,
Farabee?
I think that we just need to be mindful, and it reminds me of the conversation that we had, and you all had earlier, which I applaud you in recognizing that sometimes there are unique situations that drive accountability for a school. And so what I would remind this board is that, as you can see, much of the enrollment is coming in 7th grade. And so in many ways, we believe that this is almost like a restart, a reculturing of the school and a new beginning. So we want to be very careful of how we compare progress and how we monitor progress, but we're happy to do so. We just need more information to do that, and we're happy to work with staff to develop that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and given the circumstances of this particular school, will determine what those performance indicators are. And then Dan's question about how far are the expectations, we can have that discussion, and we may want to have multiple expectations, year 1, year 3, year 5. And if they're meeting these standards, that's fine. If they're not, we can re-examine and maybe provide additional resources or tailored resources to assist. I see this as a collaborative endeavor, and if we're not using performance indicators and judging expectations along the way, it's hard to provide assistance that's tailored to a particular need.
Dr. Farabee, my director of outreach for school improvement, will be glad to work alongside you to see what kind of data we have, what kind of measures should go forward. We know we have outreach coordinators already working with you, so we'll be glad to do that. Dan?
I would summarize it this, but I'm ready to move forward with this with a set of criteria. It's a joint effort. We don't want this school or any school reporting to the state board. So our goal is to manage well, if things are moving forward, get it back under IPS commissioners. We just want to do it in a very responsible way. So let's pick out stuff that's aspirational stuff. That's not the word I want. Criteria. It's aspirational, indicates growth, leading and lagging indicators. And if we don't hit it, that's not I'd rather have an aspirational goal that's really helping students and say, we didn't quite get there, here's why, and here's what we're going to do. And once we get really great confidence it's moving forward, we want it, this board member, I think every board member, we want it right back where it belongs. So let's set it up in a way that says, we're a team on this, this is what we got to do to win for these young people. And then we'll measure it and hand it back.
Danielle, do you have the graduation rate? 43.5%. 43.5? 20 students. And how many students? 20. I thought we were going to have an issue. Okay.
If I could piggyback on what Dan said, I think the aspirational goals are good, but I think what we want to see is that arrow's pointing upward. I think that's the goal. As long as we're making progress, I think sometimes we may set goals hoping we can reach them. I would say set them hoping that we can't reach them, or it's going to be very, very difficult to reach them with the understanding that we understand that you're being very aspirational. And as long as that arrow is moving up, I think our comfort level rises.
Well,
progress towards aspirational goals
well,
is better than.
Yeah,
and that
absolutely.
happens within the school improvement plan, because school improvement plans have to have those kinds of goals written into them. So that's really where we work from, is the school improvement plan, where we set those kinds of metrics. So are we ready to take action today on the transition of Arlington back to IPS, or are we not ready to take action? It's on action today.
Question, discussion.
Tony.
Dr. Farabee, do you currently have an external partner engaged for Arlington?
Currently, we do not.
Yeah, my concern is we're really only considering this because our turnaround school operator bailed or collapsed or is no longer available. This wasn't the sort of course of things that we initially laid out toward getting the school to an improved condition. Now, I think it's wonderful that IPS has put in the time to put together this report, and actually that they're willing to accept Arlington back. That's going to need close to a $7 million investment from them. But I think part of what all the discussions also have been regarding the turnaround was that there should still be some form of partnership involved with some type of external partner, whatever you want to call it at this point. But for us to just essentially say, without having completed the mission, achieved the initial goal outline, we're just giving it back, I think that's premature.
So, let me clarify. So given your comments, I have a better sense of what you're asking. And so, a part of the phased implementation that we have with Mass Insight for the transformation zone, the expectation is that would be a part of the transformation zone. And so, in terms of a intervention partner, if you will, at some point as we implement the transformation zone model, Mass Insight would be a partner in that implementation.
That was my,
Right.
when I thought Mass Insight was in there, and this is what Evansville does, and this works. I mean, there are schools running in the transformation zone that benefit from Mass Insight's information and the way that they do things that spread throughout our entire corporation. So that's where I was confused. I thought Mass Insight was a partner, but I see what you're saying now.
And that contract is being, I heard you say Mass Insight is coming in, the contract just, the funding and the contract are coming in this summer.
Well, actually, we've had conversation with IDOE staff, and we're scheduled to receive
Yeah, they're
any
already
day now
working.
funding for the needs assessment. So their work begins with the needs assessment between now and the summer, and then they use that information for implementation, which will start when school starts. And so,
So the Mass Insight will be involved.
right, they will be involved, and we are taking the final contract to our board for approval with Mass Insight, and then we'll be receiving funding hopefully simultaneously, and that work will start this month.
May I try a motion?
You may.
I'd like to move that we approve this plan with two provisos. Finalize a contract with Mass Insight, or if you decide another partner is involved, that's fine. It's your decision. I mean, you gotta make sure you wanna, that's one thing we learned turnaround, you gotta have a partner not imposed, but you pick. Secondly, that we clarify metrics based on some national research and other that are good indicators, what I would call critical indicators of success. Make the goal aspirational, and progress is how we judge it. You know, and I think this is a little light, if I could say that. So I'd go back and say we approve this, and we'd like by next meeting, you know, as much as we like to see it, you could even send it to us.
I think I might be.
So, we're becoming good friends. So the thing would be, I want a little more beef, remember that one advertisement? And then I would like to make sure we have a partner, because it's a big undertaking. These folks have some national research and said, oh, I think it'll be of help. So I would move with this forward with those two provisos. A report on the criteria and metrics we're going to measure, and that we move forward on contracting with a partner in that transformation zone concept.
Is there a timeline on that or no?
I'd like it back. I don't know what you can do about the contract though and the funding. The superintendent, what's
So
the
they're already
funding?
starting their process?
Yes, so.
With Mass Insight.
We are waiting to receive funding,
Right.
and we've already received word that that's been approved, and our board is scheduled to approve the contract at their next action session, which is next week.
So if I might, we probably would have everything done and ready to actually approve the transition on April 1st. We should be able to get the metrics talked about, and you would have your board meeting already with Mass Insight,
Right.
and we would already have funding, and so we should be able to move forward.
Okay, and so the transition would be away from Tinley to IPS.
Correct.
It's still under this board with everybody's goal, get back to your commissioners as soon as we feel like the progress is good. Does everybody pretty agree to that?
Yes.
So approve it on April 1?
Are we gonna wait till
Are you
April 1?
withdrawing your motion?
April
If
1?
the superintendent can bring back April 1st, then we'll move this forward.
Does that sound doable?
Well, for us,
Okay.
because we've invested a significant amount of time
Yes.
in
They
planning
need
this
to move
and
forward.
resources, our preference is to get approval at this point with whatever the conditions that you've just provided. And that helps strengthen our conversation when we're discussing approval of the contract. We know it's clear, because it's been unclear at some points, and so if we have that action today, that would be helpful for us.
So that you can move forward.
Yes,
What is the motion? Is there a motion?
So the
or did
motion
you-
is we approve this, and there's two provisos. We want to see a contract by April 1st that says you're connected some form of way with Mass Insight. Pull this off or another vendor. It sounds like that's where it's going. Number two, I would like to see some clear aspirational goals and the progress you're going to make towards them as this unfolds the next couple of years. If you can have those two reports by April 1st, that seals the deal. But basically with our approval, you can start telling the community, IPS is going to run this thing. Here's where we go, folks. You basically have a couple reports to give us April 1st. If you didn't come with that, then we'll have to have more meetings, but I think you will.
So Dan, are you withdrawing your motion, or are you
No.
still going forward with the
It's
motion?
still on the table. We don't have a second yet.
Second.
Any more discussion?
Yeah, I have some discussion on it too.
David?
I support everything that's happening, and we're 3 weeks away from the next meeting. And the performance indicators, to me, are really critical. The Mass Insight component is really critical. I would like to wait till the April 1st to actually see the documents, see the performance indicators before we move forward. That's my first point. Second point, I'm a little uncomfortable relinquishing complete control of this from a state board perspective.
We're not.
I didn't say
No.
that.
Okay, and so we're gonna have oversight
This
of
is,
this.
instead of Tinley managing,
Yes.
Dr. Fairby's managing.
Okay, so we still have oversight. So I go back to my initial point that today I cannot support it because we don't have the performance indicators or Mass Insight. So as one board member, I'll be voting no, but we'll vote yes in 3 weeks when we have our next meeting if the motion does not pass.
So we had a second. More discussion?
Yeah, I want to have a little discussion because I think this is absolutely the right model. Just want to keep reemphasizing that. And I'm glad here, I remember Mass Insight was here, but I wasn't sure. I was trying to get at whether or not you all had done the deal. So it seems like the deal is pending, but it's not completed. But I'm willing to vote in favor of this today on the concept because I think that's where we need to be going with all these turnaround schools. In fact, I'm particularly interested in moving forward with this exact model with Gary Roosevelt. So I think I'm looking at this also for its precedential value as it relates to maybe coming back here in a couple months with an agreement between Edison Learning and Gary Community School Corporation for asking for the exact same thing. So as you consider this scenario, I want you to also think of this in context of this would also equally apply to what we're doing at Roosevelt. If they can come together with a external partnership agreement that would remove the day-to-day operation from Edison Learning, which I don't think they're opposed to, back to Gary Community School Corporation, but still be under the jurisdiction of the state board, that's something I think is the model we should replicate in all these turnaround schools at this point. So I'll be voting in favor of this now and also asking people to vote in favor of this for Gary Roosevelt soon.
Any more discussion? Dan?
Superintendent, if I would take Dr. Freitas's concern, that if we voted for this and say we want to report back on these two items, April 1st, we could vote for it, take effect April 2nd based on our approval of the metrics and the contract, because we're that close. Would that help you?
Yeah, it would, and so if there's a question on April 1st, then we would rescind that particular decision potentially, but likelihood of that happening is minimal.
So
But
that's
that
a
would give us
friendly
an out.
amendment
I
to a
think.
friend.
Thank you, I think that makes sense.
Well, you know, you could just make it contingent.
Would that help your board?
Contingent on?
Yeah,
There
you
you
don't
go.
have to set
change
it.
the
I
motion.
want to make sure
I'm confident it's
the
gonna happen.
vote helps Dr.
Dr.
Fairby.
Fairby move, that's right.
Yes.
Well,
That's
and I
fine.
appreciate that because we've been having these conversations for a number of meetings. And when we leave the meeting, we get direction of what we're supposed to bring back. And then we give it to staff and say, is this, and we give it far in advance. So if there's feedback, if we're missing something, it becomes frustrating because you now continue to bring items back. We wanted this, no, you have that, no. And so we're at a point now that Mass Insight needs to begin the needs assessment now, and we want to go into all of this work knowing that we're moving forward because we're in the process of electing the principal. And again, we're dedicating time and resources to this effort, and so if the sense we've got in terms of, yes, this is a done deal, has wavered some, and so we need that assurance before we go forward in a lot of the work that we're doing, and there's a lot of work that needs to happen between now and April 1st.
The two provisos I've mentioned are the Mass Insight contract and clarifying and putting greater clarity performance targets. If you're okay with those two provisos and you can deliver them on April 1st, we've got a deal. You okay with, you know what I'm saying? So it'd be contingent on having these two things done. Do you feel comfortable with that? And that way you can tell your community, here we go.
Yeah, all he's asking for is some certainty in his go forward. You
That's
know?
what I want to get.
I think that's a no-brainer.
So we have certainty because you're confident you can deliver these two things. So we're good. I'll call the question.
All right. Roll call.
Mr. Albert?
Yes.
Mr. Ellsworth?
Yes.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Hendry?
Yes.
Ms. Neal? Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Oliver? Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mrs. Wicker?
Yes.
Superintendent Rich?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Dr. Farab. All right, I know it's getting late for lunch, but we have people here that have traveled far for the Dunbar-Pulaski Career and Academic Academy SBOE intervention item. And I believe, is Senator Rogers in the room still? Yes, and so I want to be respectful of her time as well. So the next item on the agenda, and then we'll take a brief lunch break after the Dunbar-Pulaski. So there's been a request for State Board intervention. Two different entities have options to propose today. I believe, Tony, that you wanted to propose closing the school. And the department, and then we have Cheryl Pruitt, Dr. Pruitt, who is with us today, who has option E, revising the school's plan, and the Department of Education has been working very closely with them on Dunbar work. So, Tony?
May we recognize, Madam Chair, I move to close Dunbar-Pulaski Academy.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Discussion?
Okay, let me just start out and say that, I mean, I lived in Gary for decades, and I've run a business there for almost 20 years, and I personally know how difficult it is to even have to consider a decision like this. Unfortunately, it's not even my first time being in a situation to have to consider a decision like this, because a few years ago I was on our library board when we had to make the decision to close several branches. And the fact of the matter is, Gary is a city of 49 square miles. We used to have a population of 160,000 people. We're down now to under 80 and declining. As you drive around, it's easy to get nostalgic about all the buildings and institutions that used to be there that are now just flat spaces. But at the same time, I applaud our city administration now for recognizing the austerity that's needed. When you drive down our major boulevard in Gary now, Broadway, they've even pulled out the traffic lights and tacked stop signs up there instead to save on the NIPSCO bill. The fact of the matter is, we're living in an economic reality that none of us like, but it's here. And we have to respond to it, particularly in municipal government, state government, these different agencies that have to make decisions that have to focus on the long-term sustainability. And unfortunately, it puts us in a situation to do things we don't like to do. So this is one thing I don't like to do, but I'm doing it because there's no doubt in my mind it's the right thing to do for the long-term sustainability of the community. Right now, in Gary, we have a school under our jurisdiction, Roosevelt College and Career Academy. We made a commitment to that school several years ago. The school currently offers 7th through 12th grade. And by my opinion, and I think the objective indicators, the school is on a trajectory upward toward improvement. But at the same time, I realize for that school, as well as all the schools in Gary Community School Corporation, not only is there a limited amount of resources, there's a shrinking amount of resources. I mean, according to some of the legislation going through the General Assembly right now, Gary may take a funding hit just out of this session that makes it even more difficult for them to meet their responsibilities that they have. I mean, right now, Gary Community School Corporation is sitting on a $5.4 million debt to NIPSCO, the power company. I mean, they've had to have 10 buildings in the school corporation have the power cut off. So when we look at our options here, we're limited in terms of our resources. I mean, we can't just write a check and go fix all of this like many of us probably would like to. So whatever funds we have for school improvement or for helping out and assisting schools, we have to spread it over a lot of schools. And to the extent that we can find ways to concentrate and focus that money to where we make sure we'll at least be successful with one school instead of trying to put a little bit in several different schools and they all fail, I think we're obligated to do that. And this is one of those situations where up in Midtown and Gary, within 1 mile of each other, you have Dunbar-Pulaski's campus and you have Roosevelt College and Career Academy's campus, both offering the exact same grade levels. I just don't see any reason why we would stretch out the limited monies we have towards school improvement and everything else, technical assistance, trying to now take another school under our jurisdiction a mile away from one we already have under our jurisdiction. Both who are in aged, dilapidated buildings, both who have had students miss out time in class because of breakdowns with the mechanicals of those buildings. And then just, not to mention even trying to just improve the education, there'd be such an economic drain trying to just maintain the facilities when those kids could have other choices. I mean, there are other choices in Gary for 7th and 8th grade. They have a great Benjamin Banneker school that's available, Frankie McCullough Academy. We have a performing arts school, Wirt Emerson, and then you have centrally located a mile from this school, Roosevelt College and Career Academy. Now, part of what's frustrated me about this discussion, I've met with some school board members and the superintendent from Gary several times about this, and Edison Learning, quite frankly. But one of the things that's frustrating about this is everyone's thinking about this decision as if Roosevelt College and Career Academy does not belong to Gary Community School Corporation. Roosevelt is a Gary school. It is a Gary Community School Corporation school, even while it's presently under the auspices of the SBOE. So we have got to look at that in terms of part of their feeder system. Roosevelt is in their feeder system. It's part of their feeder system. And as I just said previously with the last situation with Arlington, it's my objective to move quickly. I think one of the reasons that I'm actually in favor of closing down the Dunbar-Pulaski School is because it's tied in with my objective to quickly move toward this new turnaround model that we have gone all across the state this summer and concluded is the best model. And that's essentially what we just did with IPS, and I was talking to Superintendent Farabee about, where we take the day-to-day operational control of the turnaround school and put it back in the school corporation. That's what we're going to do with Arlington. That's what we need to do with Gary Roosevelt. And not just free reign for them to go and do whatever they want to do, but working with an external partner. I know they've had some discussions with Edison Learning. Edison Learning's presented has come to the board and presented and shown their willingness on several occasions to work with Gary Community School Corporation on that. So I think the same type of Mass Insight IPS partnership that they have for Arlington is possible with Gary Community School Corporation and Edison Learning for Roosevelt. So assuming we are able to get that done, and I think that will get done, and like Dan said, if not Edison Learning, whoever they want to get. But assuming that we are able to get that type of partnership done and have a vote like we just took for Arlington and for Roosevelt, now you have Gary Community School Corporation with 2 7th to 8th grades a mile away in 2 dilapidated buildings. It wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense. And the only reason it makes sense is for someone that wants to look at Gary Roosevelt as not being a Gary Community School Corporation school. If right now today Edison was never involved and Gary Community School Corporation had both of those schools, matter of fact, they wouldn't even have both of those schools because they never would have reopened Dunbar-Pulaski as a 7th and 8th grade. If we turn Gary Roosevelt back over to Gary Community School Corporation today, they would close Dunbar-Pulaski. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make financial sense. It doesn't make educational sense. We have a school that is showing that the trajectory is upward and improving, but at the same time, we've already heard cautions from Edison Learning and from other ones. I mean, the biggest thing I think I've learned here from this whole turnaround episode has been from the situation at Arlington. If a school cannot actually get up to a critical mass of population, there will be a collapse. And while Edison is saying they're willing to go forward, we all know that that school is hemorrhaging. They're hemorrhaging, and quite frankly, I'm not sure, and I'm not privy to their financials, but just from what I've heard and what I've seen in terms of the population, we could be back in another crisis, you know, just in the next school year with a collapse over at Roosevelt with Edison Learning. So I think everyone sort of benefits here from moving quickly to the new model, whereby Gary Roosevelt goes back to Gary Community School Corporation in partnership with Edison Learning, who's already there, and that would help them to capture the progress that's been made and hopefully continue it. And then we don't have this need to have the 2 7th and 8th grades right there a mile apart. So that is a brief synopsis of my reason. I've given it a lot of thought. I've talked with a lot of people about it, and on no level does it make sense to me to keep both of those schools open a mile apart, offering the same grades. Okay,
So I'm going to give Dr. Pruitt, and I'm not sure if Senator Rogers, if you needed to speak, but I'm going to bring out a couple of things that are more technical in nature. Number one, I believe that the State Board of Education is prohibited from transferring students to another school.
Oh, that wasn't my motion, Madam Chair. My motion is just to close. We're not trying to transfer anyone anywhere.
I know.
It's up to the parents.
But
yeah.
but it seemed like your comments were headed that direction to have the students be at Roosevelt, and maybe I misunderstood.
No, the motion was the motion. It was just to close the school.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you weren't transferring students to, because
That would have been a different motion.
yeah, we
Yeah.
can't do that and transfer them to a lower performing school. In addition, I just want to point out, it's the only middle school in Gary, Indiana now, school corporation. So it is the only middle school that's operating in Gary
There's
School
no other
Corporation.
middle school in Gary?
No, they closed, well, and I need to
No.
let Dr.
They
Pruitt
have 7th and
speak.
8th grades at several different schools, including Roosevelt.
Okay,
and
that's
Gary.
what I thought.
Yeah. And,
At-
and,
at
and other
Roosevelt.
schools under Gary Community School Corporation.
Sarah?
Like Banneker.
I wrestle with this one more than many of the other topics that we discuss on this board, and I know I'm not alone in speaking for other board members, that I feel the weight of every one of these students on my shoulders, just as I do with every other school that we are involved with. At this point, we have a draft only of a high-risk plan for Gary schools. We have questions about Edison's ability to maintain, as you mentioned, hemorrhaging funds. There are many funding components we don't have answers to. We have a letter from Dr. Pruitt, and I'm glad that she's here today, but the most recent correspondence stating some distrust in the partnership.
In what part?
I believe you got an updated letter that was sent to you that is a response to that from Dr. Pruitt and I.
Okay. My point is that there are a lot of components that we don't have clear-cut facts on at this point. While I understand, and I know how hard it is for you to even propose this motion, I'm from the region also, I know the pride. I completely get it. And in all honesty, I may even be leaning that way in terms of what might need to happen. What I would like to suggest, for what it's worth, whether I'm in the minority or not, is that when we meet again, our next meeting's in 3 weeks, I would like to have some concrete answers to some of these other components. I want to have a clear-cut plan on what the impacts of this decision might be. I want full transparency that this is the route that we might be heading. I would appreciate the opportunity to postpone this vote until April 1st. I understand that we need to get something done. We need to give clear direction. I think my confidence in being able to make a vote one way or the other would be much stronger if I would be able to have those 3 weeks to have more clear definition of exactly what the implication of such a severe decision might be.
So if that's going to be the will of the board, we have a motion on the table right now.
Yeah.
We certainly, during the discussion time, want to hear from Dr. Pruitt, because I think you'll get some clarity. You should have received 2 pieces of very important information from us. So one was a joint letter from Dr. Pruitt and I
do remember.
regarding all of the district level pieces that we're putting in place. And then the second is you should have received an actual plan for Dunbar school with a transformation zone. And if you will recall, when we gave you the high-risk plan, the transformation zone and hiring of staff were a component of that. And I will be very frank that hiring transformation zone and hiring somebody to work in Gary is in a situation where we can't necessarily hire people that want to work for the Gary School Corporation as an entity. So we are finding our way through the hiring process in getting some real quality staff to work on the transformation zone plan. So we have a 3-year piece spread out here. That does include Dunbar and West Side. It includes the 2 schools coming up to a multiple F category in which the state board may have to actually have some intervention at some point as well. So Dr. Pruitt, where did you go?
Madam Chair, may I just respond
Yes.
to Sarah's request? I do appreciate it, Sarah, and I know you've brought this to my attention, but I think for planning purposes and otherwise, we really need to move forward and resolve this today. And all the data's there, 6 years worth of data on Dunbar-Pulaski. I really don't think there's anything new that could come forward in the next week. So with that, I do appreciate what you said, but I'm going to maintain my motion.
And so, Dr. Pruitt and Teresa, in addition, you received the actual school improvement plan in the priority areas for Dunbar-Pulaski. So you received some detail with measurable goals and pieces in there as well. Dr. Pruitt?
Good afternoon, everyone. I would just like to ask if we could call Senator Rogers
Yes,
to
in
the
essence of time,
podium so
Senator
that,
Rogers
yes,
will be
so
glad
that she
to
can go back
hear
over to
from
the
you.
Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to be given an opportunity to speak. I'm in a rush. I've got to go into session at 1:30, so, and this has lasted a little longer than I thought. I left I left the appropriations. I left the appropriations committee to come in, which I was dealing with higher ed, and so now I've got to get my mind back down K through 12, which is really my bailiwick anyway. I did want to just say that to Tony Walker that I've been trying to talk to Tony for the last few days. He evidently has been very busy because he hasn't returned my phone calls. We do have history together. We have family members that were married to each other, and so we could be cousins.
I use that when it's convenient, you know.
Right, yeah, I know. One time when he was running for public office, he had people put signs in their yards based upon the fact that he was my cousin. Sometimes when I call him, I ask to speak to my cousin. But on this issue, Tony and I are absolutely on opposite sides of this issue in terms of Dunbar-Pulaski. Let me give you a little bit about me. You know, Tony talked about his years in Gary and all of that. Well, I can absolutely beat him on that because I'm older, okay? I'm born and bred in Gary, 80 years. I know I don't look that old, but that's how long I've been there. Went through the Gary Public Schools, graduated from Gary Roosevelt, taught for 38 years in Gary. Don't put the years I've taught, well, I've already told you my age. And I've been down here in the Indiana General Assembly for 33 years. And every year I've served on the Education Committee. I am now the ranking minority member of the Education Committee. And I was a part of Public Law 221, in which we decided, we were trying to do education reform under then Governor Orr, A+ program. So I've been in it a long time. So I hope that you will take that into consideration as I talk about Gary. Unlike Tony, when I look at Gary, I guess there are a lot of negatives that you can see, but I see the beautiful beach. We've done a lot in terms of the Marquette Park plan, which is where our beach is, the lakefront. Anytime you're in that area, make sure you come there. And yeah, there are buildings that are being torn down, but based upon our Lieutenant Governor Sue Ellspermann, she has been very instrumental in helping us with the demolition program, so we're tearing those buildings down. We have a mayor, a very dynamic mayor, with all of the whatever you need in order to succeed. She's a graduate of Gary Roosevelt, and in fact, she and my son graduated from school at the same time, and so I've known her all of her years. Whereas Tony maybe see all of the negatives, I see the beauty that's there in Gary. And I still see the school corporation as one that's still viable, and I still see teachers that want to teach and students that want to learn, and certainly a superintendent that is trying to aid and assist in all of this. And I do have the mayor has also said that I can speak on her behalf in terms of Dunbar-Pulaski, and she too is in support of keeping it open. But let me so those are things that I think you should know, but I do think that the plan that the superintendent has is a good plan. I mean, we've talked about the transformation zone, and I guess I know in Evansville, in my conversations with Senator Vanita Baca, that is working well. So, and I can remember, it's a plan that works well, and I think we ought to be allowed to do this transformation zone. I attended the meeting in which Teresa Brown and the superintendent put together the plan, kind of worked on this plan together, and I think it will work. And I think that, but I do think that and I know the teachers at Pulaski, and I do think that to make a movement at this point in time, the timing is not right. I understand what Tony is saying. I too have lauded the superintendent and Tom Jackson. We've talked, and they're working together and trying to work with Gary Roosevelt. In fact, I think maybe if you talk to Tony Bennett might say that the reason Gary Roosevelt is still open is because of the communication and dialogue that we had with each other in terms of its importance in the city of Gary. So absolutely, I am not one of those that doesn't want to see Gary Roosevelt go back to the Gary Community School Corporation, and was in support of Superintendent Pruitt and Jackson when they were talking about working together. Because I think we've got, when I think we've got voucher schools, we've got charter schools, we've got our public schools, and we've got our takeover academies. I've said to our mayor back in Gary, you know, we ought to have our own education roundtable. And let's have a representative from each one of those, and let's work together, because we all have the same goal in mind, which is the achievement levels of the students, and we can all get along. But I do think that this decision belongs to the superintendent and the manner in which she wishes to proceed. I do think that there's a good working relationship between the Department of Education with Glenda Ritz. Our outreach program seems to be working well in terms of some of the data and the statistics I've seen. And so, and I like the idea of the transformation zone, and I like the other schools, the elementary grade schools that are reaching that point of turnaround. I like the idea of their feeding into the one school. And I like I said, I sat down with them while they were putting this together, and I think it's an excellent plan. And we ought to have the opportunity to implement that plan at Dunbar-Pulaski. Tony talks about I guess the poor condition of the school. I don't know, maybe I should have brought pictures here. It doesn't look that bad to me, and I've seen a list of all of the maintenance improvements that they've made at Pulaski, and the superintendent assures me that after all these improvements that we've done at Pulaski, that anything else that needs to be done at Pulaski can be done in-house. And so I'm sorry that my cousin and I are on different sides of this issue. Would have liked to have worked it out with him prior to his coming forward with this, but I think, you know, after this is all over with, I think we'll still be, maybe not kissing cousins, but we will still have some dialogue, you know, but just again, I just do think that this state board ought to allow our superintendent to continue, and I just don't see, I know Tony's looking into the future. I'm unable to predict the future in the manner in which he's able to predict the future. We don't know what's going to happen, but at this point in time, what we need to do is keep Dunbar-Pulaski open. The morale of the community, the morale of the students, the morale of the teachers is extremely important in terms of what we're trying to get done, and that's to raise the achievement level of the students. So any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them, as long as Tony doesn't ask me, because he had his chance.
Any questions for Senator Rogers? Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Pruitt and Teresa.
So before we turn it over to Dr. Pruitt, I just wanted to be clear, the last couple of months we've sent you memos about the department's involvement at Dunbar. So I just want to be clear that for actually about the past year, we've had a collaborative relationship where we've been working on supporting Dunbar with department resources. And I would say just in the last few months, that's really gaining traction. It's just taken a bit to get that framework working. The operations steering team is meeting now. There's even a subcommittee working on Dr. Pruitt's plan to have a project plan, so we're really moving forward aggressively and much more quickly. So I'm very pleased that that's developed, and we certainly have formed a partnership, and I appreciate what they're doing and Dr. Pruitt's leadership. So I'll turn it over.
I would just like to say that I'd like to thank all of the partners, whether it's the senators, whether it's the governor's office, or whether the department's office or the board's office, everyone that has worked with Gary Community School Corporation in moving us forward. One thing that Senator Rogers did not mention was that when Tom and I came back in December, we talked about bringing a plan. And we talked about a holistic plan for the entire district, because we know that we have problems larger than just Dunbar-Pulaski, and we wanted to talk about all of that. And so the board's directive was to come back in January. Well, we didn't come back in January because we were asked to focus on Dunbar-Pulaski only. But we did submit a plan, a tentative plan. And then we didn't come back in February because there was still conversations going on. Superintendent Ritz also had a convening of some of our stakeholders, which would be the board members, as well as the state board, team, as well as Tom Jackson, as well as Scholastic International Center for Leadership and Education, and maybe a few other people. And we talked about all of those entities and how we all could work together. But now here today, we're talking about Dunbar-Pulaski, I believe. And I'll just give you a little bit of additional context. In 2012, when I became superintendent, I presented a courageous plan to transform the Gary Community School Corporation to the board at that time. And that plan included the evolution zone, which would be a group of clusters of schools. And we were clustering those together. And we actually hired transformation specialists out of our Title I money at that time. In 2013, Vernon Smith was one of those transformation specialists and some others. And so what we did was we looked at the culture and the climate, and we followed the ICLE model at that time. And so we gathered information. However, funding was an issue. And at that time also some additional things came up in terms of the department working with us in various areas. One, and if I go back to the senator, one thing she did not mention also is that we're working with the senators in resolving some of our financial issues, going to your question. And so right now we've had conversations as early as last week. I met with the commissioner. I also met with the commissioner of DLGF. I met with a group that Senator Kenley and the senators sent to talk about how can we maybe restructure the debt, how can we maybe look at legislation, and what can be done there. Though I agree with Tony in some instances, would love to have Roosevelt back. I love Tom Jackson. But right now we were asked to talk about Dunbar-Pulaski. And so, as many of you know, Dunbar-Pulaski was closed at one time. I believe it was closed for probably about 4 or 5 years before we reopened it as a middle school, which was about 2 years ago. This would be in the second year. And so since that time, we have gone from about 350 student enrollment to about 700, which the framework of it all has changed. We also changed the staff. Now, one thing to consider, too, is that Gary Community School Corporation did have a teacher contract. Our contract expired as of January. So now we have a new contract where it will give more autonomy to the principal to hire teachers, as well as for the school corporation not to necessarily go towards seniority. So that's a lot of things that have changed. 2 years ago also we presented with the 3-year plan, the first year being the transition and then going into year 1 and 2 of the implementation. I believe you have copies of that. And during that time, the year 1, it was to hire those individuals as well as response to intervention, because we have about a third of the student population at Dunbar-Pulaski that has exceptionalities. And so now we have response to intervention staff also that work in our clusters. So as Senator Rogers so eloquently stated, she was in the meeting with us when we continued to talk about revising that transformation, where at that time we called it the evolution zone, to the transformation zone. And so that's what we are presenting today, the transformation zone.
It's my understanding in your information also that you have done some major repairs to Dunbar-Pulaski?
Yes, as Tony stated, we did have to move our students to another school for a short period of time because one of the boilers went out. But we were able to install a brand new boiler at Dunbar-Pulaski. Our community even came together to make certain that that boiler was purchased, and that's how much intent that they are. They also assisted us in moving those students to another school for a temporary period of time and relocating them back. There was a pallet wall that was about to fall down when we moved back into the building, and so that pallet wall was repaired. There's painting, et cetera, that has been done in that building.
So can you give us a sense on what's happening in Dunbar now?
Yes. And so we are still looking for, or we will be looking for, an administrator. One of the administrators will be retiring. We also have changed the teacher population there by 50%. The culture and climate we're looking at the bullying program. We also have a partnership with International Center for Leadership and Education, Scholastic, which provides instructional coaches for the teachers, as well as instructional or administrative coaching for the administrator. We are also looking at the culture and the climate. to making certain that the culture and the climate is conducive for those students. Because those students there, as many of you know, middle school is that area where they can do things that they may not should do. So we have a leadership component for them so that they can work in small groups for leadership. We also have a partnership with many of our colleges and universities that expanded this year on the high school level with Calumet College, DeVry University, as well as Ivy Tech College. So next year, we will have our first cohort at the high school level of students that will go to Ivy Tech Community College and end in their senior year with an associate's degree. So now we're moving that back to our middle school level, to making certain that our middle schools are on that same track to going to college or either to a university. Superintendent Ritz.
Yes. Questions for Dr. Pruitt? Yes, Sarah?
As of today, with the current financial climate, are you able to maintain this building at the level that would be required to see academic improvement for the 15-16 school year?
At this time, I believe so. I will have to tell you that, as Tony mentioned, the legislators are talking about another $11 million decrease over the next 2 years, which we're seeing a $25 million decrease. However, and I know Tony's position is about funding. And I guess my position, not I guess, but my position is more about the academics of the students. Because, see, we can talk about keep moving the students from here and there, and then it displaces them as well as it puts a different context for our community, as they may feel displaced. So at some point, there needs to be a stability, and if we want to talk about moving forward as Roosevelt or Dunbar-Pulaski, that can definitely be done. But I think those conversations need to be done as well as for us to plan for that transition.
That's a good question.
There has been about $600,000 to date that has been put into that building this year.
So the motion
And how much is that is the boiler?
That was 200, if my memory serves me correct, it was 278,000, I believe.
It's in your,
Actually, it's
it's in
100
your,
and some. I was surprised you
Right.
could buy a boiler for that.
it's in your information, because there's several things that go along with the
But
boiler.
there's some attachments to the boiler. but-
Right.
So the package was 200.
Yes.
And boilers can be moved.
Right.
Yeah, they've replaced pumps, motors, filters, condensing units. They've got a series of things of $528,000.
I guess, just if I can express my opinion on this, I'm not from Gary, but I've spent a little time in there, and first of all, the comments that were made earlier about many of the things that have been done on the lakefront and so on are absolutely right on. There's a lot going on positive in Gary. I think this is an opportunity for the board to help the Gary Community Schools. I think that we need to find a way to squeeze the maximum amount of dollars that can go to supporting teaching and kids in the Gary Community School. And we have all these fixed costs, relating to boilers and relating to repairing roofs and relating to utility costs. Those aren't directly helping kids learn. Those are facility issues, those are fixed costs. And I think if we can help Gary schools be more efficient, then with all the challenges that we have facing urban school districts with funding from a state level, and that is not looking like it's going to get better, I think we can help you all channel as many dollars and maximize the number of dollars that are going to teach kids in Gary. So I think I'm supportive of this motion, because I think that every vote that we take, what's best for the kids. And I truly believe that by supporting this motion, we'll be acting in the best interests of the school children there, because we'll be ensuring that more dollars go towards them and not an aging, obsolete facility.
We each represent a congressional district, and Tony is, I think, a well-respected colleague of ours, and I know he's put a lot of time into this. And many times I'll defer to the person who's from that congressional district because I'm making an assumption that is true in this case, that the individual has done his research, looked at a number of facts, and I'm sure this is not an easy recommendation for him to make. So I have one final question for Tony. Many of us feel that what's in the best interest of kids, learners, is the most important thing. That's why we're here. We're here for the kids. And so I ask you just to speak from your heart, from that notion of what's in the best interest of kids. Is this the direction that you feel is best for kids in Gary, Indiana?
I think the kids that otherwise would have gone to Dunbar-Pulaski for 7th grade and 8th grade next year will have options in Gary Community School Corporation and otherwise that are mostly better.
So short-term, it's better, and long-term, it's certainly better. And I rise with my both colleagues, to say I will support the motion also.
Madam Superintendent, thank you. It's an interesting thing. We should focus on our decision today in the context it is. It reminds me of our hearings. Let's focus on the decision and then talk about context. We have a chronically failing school. That's a hard thing to say because I'm sure everybody's worked hard. And we've even made efforts the last 2 years to turn around, and it doesn't show science. I did consult a little bit with Carrie. I won't speak for you, but you actually visited the school, and I'll let you speak for yourself, but it sounds problematic. When I think about a school, okay, it's going to come under the State Board of Ed, we can close it, leave it where it is, or hire someone to manage it. We're not going to have many takers. I mean,
Dan, we have 5 options.
Well, okay, but it's going to be really hard for anybody to go in there, in the situation it's in, to make a big turnaround. That's my assessment. So you can't leave it in the situation it's in. I just think as a board, how could we do anything other than, let's look at the context a minute. When we went up for the hearings, we're in a situation where we're hiring consultants, we're partnering with these people, we're buying new pumps, et cetera. And our Roosevelt School, which I know a lot more about the other ones because it's under our authority, was closed a lot of times because things weren't fixed. I would rather the $600,000 were in a school. We have poor teachers and principal over there, and students who don't come to school today. We don't have the water working, or we don't have this working. How can we do that? So I would say consolidate our efforts and give the students the very best we can, and this board taking over that situation. I think it's absolutely, and it's very hard to say, I think it's absolutely best, and I've talked to Tony a number of times about this issue. I've thought both ways. I like some of the ideas I saw in an improvement plan, and certainly that would apply to the district. What's the other schools that are there? You could consolidate some of those good efforts I see on the way. But I think we better consolidate our efforts. I don't think we'd serve these children there well. I'd like to see a chance where we could serve them other places better by consolidating our efforts. And the more I listen, the more sure I'm of it.
Carrie?
I got to go to Gary for an advanced ed trip in the fall and had a wonderful time at Daniel Hale Elementary. They do a fantastic job. And next door to Dunbar, and so had the chance to see it. I agree we need to make changes. I agree there need to be changes made. My fear is, and going back to what Sarah said, I'd like to see a plan. I'd like to know what would happen should we make drastic decisions. I don't want to make a decision and not know for sure where do these kids go, what happens, because we have plans for other things, and I can read through them and I can analyze them and I can judge. I need more information on Tony's motion, not because I don't think Tony has done his homework, but because I haven't done mine, until I see a plan and know where those kids are gonna go if we make that decision. And so I would have questions I would need answered in the next 3 weeks before I could. And Tony, I know it's hard. Our corporation had to close an elementary. It's terrible. So I applaud you for even your willingness to talk about it, because it's not easy to talk about. But I personally need to do my homework and ask questions and get information before I could make that decision.
Any other conversation? We have a motion before us to close Dunbar School. Roll call, please.
Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Ellsworth?
Yes.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Hendry?
Yes.
Ms. O'Brien?
No.
Dr. Oliver? Yes. Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ms. Wicker?
No.
Superintendent Ritz?
No, emphatically no.
Six yes, 4 no.
We'll keep working together, Cheryl.
Yeah, just to let the board know, it's probably going to be very difficult for the
Oh,
people
yeah.
there. So without a plan, so it will be. Especially even if they go to Roosevelt, as Tom Jackson is here, that's going to take some money to repair that building, to get it ready for the fall. So,
For the board members who have not been working in the school corporation, I mean, actually working in the school corporation, you just took a very bad vote.
yes.
We are recessed until 1:30. If you haven't finished your lunch, we'll do a working lunch.